I am here. Hold up. I am here. Let me fix a few things. Right. Hold up. I'm here, but I'm struggling as well as always. Hello, it is I'm back. I'm back. I'm weird at camera angle, yes. And walks off. Hey! What you mean? That's not the standard of my stream already. I've been trying to fix it for a while, right? I've been trying to fix OBS, that cat for a while. Please log out and log in again to Kapamon. I just did. What you mean? Don't let me log out and log in. It's not working. What you're saying? Oh yeah. Yes, no. Hello, welcome to stream, Leah. Hello, welcome to stream, Ozzy. How's it going? Oh yeah, how was your stream of some Nautica? Was watching. Was watching you fight the octopus, but yes. What good? Starlight is not Brunanke, right? So thing is, Starlight is there. Thing is, at the same time, my extension card is Brunanke. My extension card be very Brunanke, right? It not do the thing. It not do the required thing of actually light. Okay, I am using my extension card not work. So yes, I'll finish it. I'll finish it. I'll make it work eventually. I hope. I don't know, right? What must I do? It's weirdly glitched out, right? My profile. Eh, it's fine. It's fine. Huh. I still think Starlight still Bronchi, of course, getting closer and closer to the end. Finally. Oh, yeah, that was a big game, right? It was a big game. Yeah, here had a viewer so confused with how. Huh? So good with the map. I am so lost with that sentence. I'm trying to speak. Oh, yeah, no background blur either. Wait, do I have the wrong camera on this? Weird. Very, very weird. I do. That's- I just saw where it paused. It's paused at a very weird point. Anywho, I am back. Background blur is back as well. Why do I look so weird? Why do I look so off today? I feel like I look off today. Yeah, he had a viewer who was so confused with how he was good with the map. Yes, 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 yes. I am good with the maps. Yes. I don't know, right? Like for me, whenever I am looking at a map, I can't 3D map it in my mind. Like, oh, I can remember. More of how I was one place, then they left, came back, and it was a completely different spot. Ah, oh yeah. Like I make like in my mind, I mentally make points. So whenever I am traveling or even while walking, I landmark few things. I read Map Genius Magpie. Why do I feel like I've heard Magpie before? It's not questionable, but still Magpie. Where have I heard that before? Is my headphones working? I don't know, right? I haven't heard any audio yet. Hello, Donut. How are you? How are you? How's school work? How's college work going on? Night Fury. Oh yes, one brain cell gang. One brain cell gang. Of course, of course. Welcome to stream, lads. Welcome to stream. Yeah, headphones are working. Thank you. Thank you for helping me test it out. Yes. Much appreciated. Hello, lads. Hello, hello. I have water, right? I have water. I have water if required. What do you mean? Mm-hmm. Okay. Hmm. Yes. Do you think it'll carry out my save from the other file as well? Yeah. That was like huge. Oh, welcome to stream, Epitom. Welcome to stream. I feel Cam is too high. He's very friendly cat. Cam is indeed too high. A little high, but yes. Why can't I get the right angle? This should be fine. Anywho, right. Nah, he just too much to the left. I'm in the middle this today. Today I am in the middle. I wonder, right? Will it? Oh, that is installed. Okay. What about my previous decision? Will it take it or not? I don't know how to fix Kappaman, right? It be doing its own thing. Never straight enough. Excuse me.
When the dead started walking,
You there?
I was
Question
small
my
and
sexuality. Anyways. Annette Fury, hi Leah,
until
hello
a man
everyone.
named
Hello,
Lee
Donut,
became
how
my
are you?
protector.
Oh, Lee. Oh, yeah. Damn it, I was supposed to say the Gat Girl game is not the right title for this game. No. Hmm. Find FSS. I had two people unfollow. Ah, yes. Find stock stab. Wait a minute. That's not how it's supposed to be. Not to be confused with for fuck's sake. Yes. Of course. I would have had 92 with the one with that one rando, but I have 90. Oh, interesting start. Interesting start. We have to do a literal. We have to do a literary analysis on that. Beowulf? I have no clue what Beowulf is, right? No clue. Me and my personalities are all following. Yes. You got this, Sil. Yes, I must.
Lee
I am.
protected other people too.
It was a
But he
struggle.
couldn't save
Oh yes,
everyone.
hello, Hine, and welcome stream. Beowulf. I was expecting beautiful, but okay, Beowulf works. You saved Doug or you saved Carly. Where is it? Where's my damn mouse? Excuse me?
You can never save everyone.
Ooh.
The living were just as dangerous as the dead.
Yes, of course.
A woman in our group named Lily lost her dad, and then she just couldn't cope. She took the life that Lee saved.
Oh, alright, this shit happened. We left Lily behind.
They left her
Of
on the
course.
side of the road.
Hello, welcome to stream. The cat today
Lee taught me
struggled
how
to
to
waving the whole
survive.
day.
He protected me as long as he could, but he got bit.
He doesn't even know what
because of me.
this is. I know, right?
Even
Exactly. I
then,
don't know what this
he was
is.
still teaching.
What's that, brother? Ooh. Keep your hair short. Stay away from the cities.
Keep that hair short. Just not worth the risk.
Lee wouldn't make it. He knew it was the end. He made one final request.
Shoot me. Shoot me!
He asked me to shoot him,
Sorry, that sounds very. Anyways.
and I did.
It's okay. Huh?
I met another
One
group
hand
after
typing,
that,
yes,
broken
of
people,
course.
running
What
from
you
their
eating?
past.
What you eating today?
There was a woman
Yes.
who gave birth to a
One
boy
of the
named
greatest
Alvin Jr.
books since Odyssey.
AJ.
Is it?
He made it,
No.
but the mom didn't, and I started to take care of him.
I mean,
But then, Jane left AJ in the snow. We thought he was gone forever. That was the last straw for Kenny. And without Lee around,
anyways.
I had to make the call.
Snack. Yes.
I stopped Kenny. Finally gave him peace.
Poor soul.
It turned out AJ was alive. Jane hid him to make a point.
Such calm storytelling. The whole story was
Knowing
a
what they'd
fucking disaster, but yes, calm storytelling. True.
I'd had enough. I took AJ and left them behind.
Contrast.
AJ and I traveled to a new frontier.
Words, yes.
I thought we'd found something that worked, but I was wrong again.
Oh
They took
right,
AJ from
New
me.
Frontier.
Said I was too young to take care of him. I thought maybe they were right. I said my goodbyes. I regretted it later. I searched for a long time. Just when I gave up hope, I found him.
Oh, she
We're
found
searching
AJ.
together now for a place we can call home. I'm all AJ
Snack
has.
after being hungry for
He's
so
all I
long
have,
tastes so
and
much
I'll
better.
protect him with
No,
my
right?
life.
Good
Just
food
like
after a
we
long time
did
tastes
for
so
me.
good. Like at once you're extremely hungry, food just are like another level. Another level of bliss. Oh, I can't. Thank you for the 1 bit. Much appreciated. Couldn't earlier because my sister needed something. Oh yeah. I mean, family matters, right? Family. But come on, you could have had something to eat. No, doesn't matter. I mean, I would have been eating and helping. That's a different thing. But anywho, I was dating because my head was wide open. Calm voice. Sorry, you were dying because my head was wide open. Calm voice. Hello, Raikal. What's up? How's your day been? How's your day been? Sorry, that was confused. I know I didn't read it like a right person. I didn't read the whole sentence right, but it is what it is. First time here? First time? But it doesn't say first time. But anywho, I do appreciate you dropping by. How's your day been? Unexpected? Help. You got so many hands. Yes, of course. Is it? Thank you so much for another bit. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. I mean, we enjoy 1 bits a lot over here. Oh, child. We literally have one to drop by and always drop 1 bit, right? It's the best part of the
What you
stream.
doing there, goofball?
Pretending we got bullets.
Kid's a menace. He's playing with a goddamn revolver. Alright then. What a great day. What a great day to stay alive.
It's getting on my nerves.
Oh yes, it's definitely getting on my nerves. Long time returnee. Yes.
I don't like goofball.
They aren't following
I'm too big for it.
yet, so account was created 3 years ago. That's fine, that's fine. It's like, it's alright. Oh wait, no, pause! No! No, I forgot this game, damn it! Let me restart. I forgot how to make decisions in this game. Again! No, yes, I mean, what Leah was, I meant what Leah was saying about the so calm voice. So, oh yeah, the calm way to talk when a game is like absolute chaos. Looks away for 1 second, right? The game is like, well, you messed up. Everybody is dead. Almost happened, right? That almost happened multiple times in this game. I look away, everyone is dead. You messed up. What did I even do? This song. Yes, song. Anyways, I have to. Why is my Kapamon struggling? What do you mean restart it in OBS? I did. Oh wait, hold up. Should I just? I think I'm gonna fix this now, right? No. There we go. That should do the job. There it is. My cat. 4. Yes. How long will you stream? I usually stream up to 4 hours, right? It's usually 4 hours. If I mess up, right? If something came up and I am unable to, I might mess up, right? I might mess up the timing. But usually I try to maintain the 4 hours, the 4 good hours of stream. I try to keep it entertaining. I try my best.
Goofball?
What you doing there, goofball? On the
Pretending we got
dot.
bullets.
On the dot
Don't.
is true. I might not start on the dot, but I might end on the dot. So yes, very punctual.
I don't like goofball.
I try my best. Okay, you don't have to. You don't
I'm
have
too big for
to.
it.
Huh, so I guess you're all grown up now.
I mean, you don't have to be so
Yep.
mean about it. Only finishes
Let me
her time.
try.
God damn it, not that way,
I'm
no!
not letting you drive.
I mean, no! That's not what it is. I try to not finish early, right?
What's wrong?
Wild statement, but yes.
AJ?
I try not to finish
Holy.
early, right? I like to make it entertaining and keep it alive the whole time. Thank you so much! Thank you so much for the 3-bit. Much appreciated, right? I honestly appreciate the 3 bits. Oh, use the mouse to look around and select objects. Give magazine.
Practice your reading.
I don't know how to do the animation anymore.
I don't
Can someone
wanna.
do it for me?
It'll take your mind off your stomach.
I mean, aren't your teammates supposed to be helping you with the damn project? Why aren't they helping you? So do appreciate
Place
the bits a
cream,
lot though. Thank you so much.
vanilla beans into a saucepan and bring to a boil.
On second thought, never mind.
Ah,
It's
yes.
only gonna make you hungrier.
Cooking. Tech and teach. Ah, yes. Why did I write tech? I'm sorry. Could give him snacks, then give him some toys. But yeah, he calls
Here you
himself
go.
a big boy. I think
About all we got.
he would prefer snacks over something.
What about
else.
you?
I'm okay.
Go for it. We'll find something else soon.
Teach and I can, but also I have no time.
I believe you.
They don't know how to draw toy. It's okay. Don't worry. I mean, come on. The thing is, right, if I give him a toy, he calls himself a big boy, it feels like I'm insulting him. Even though what he says, he's a big boy now. Don't work till you feel like it. Because it won't be good if you force yourself to do it. True. Brethren, why must you tomato me? Oh, I'm not good enough otherwise, maybe. Where did that come from? Or late? 4 hours? Yes, sweet. Where did what? Lies ignored. What do you mean ignored? No, ignore. I am trying my best, please. I mean, if I throw chat in slow mode, right, it's no fun. That's why I keep it over there and I struggle to keep up with chat. It is the fun. So, like, I'll be more effective if I am under pressure. Oh! Damn, that Goku is sick, right? I like Goku a lot. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my childhood anime slash series I watched.
We
Right?
gonna do
Not
it?
still struggling with slow chat. I know, right? Imagine when there is like too
Looks
much heat
clear.
on me. Why is there a small dick? Why did I? What? Toy means small dick in Tagalog. That is so out of context and out of nowhere, right? I'm like not still struggling with slow chat. I look away, I see that message in the corner of my eye. I'm like, huh? I thought you are doing it for the fun. Ah yes. The more we know. Nope, it's a project. I mean work on the project.
We're doing it.
Like maybe talk with someone, no? Your teammates. Tell them, can you at least do something because it's a group project. The fuck are you doing, damn it? Do the damn project. Ask them that. Be more polite about it, though. But yes, ask them that because people usually want stuff done. So yeah. Look at toy. Pick up canteen. Watha. Thank you so much for the follow, crushing core. That definitely reminded me of Cyberpunk, corpo lifestyle. But anyways, pause. I don't have a. Huh? Anyways, definitely brushing over that. Kid have knife, no goo. It is what it is, but also good. Chat is still lagging or it's my fucking internet. I am lagging, yes, mentally, yes. Crushing what now? Corp, right? Corpo? No? Did I mess up? Wanna ask something? In the silver reward if you can. Yeah, go ahead. You can ask me anything. Hopefully, yes. Hopefully nothing personal, but yes. I mean, depends on how personal, but yes. His brain might be, yes. Crushing, yes. I see. Go ahead. You can definitely ask me anything you want. I think it's just your Wi-Fi again. Huh. Maybe, right. Maybe. Could be. What is that? I have questions about toy. Pause. Excuse me. Why not give kid the toy? Ah, that. I see. Good. Good. I don't know. I don't know. I worry. I worry. Hold up. Let me go back to chat. What does toy mean again? Kind of brushed it off. Okay then. No. I'd rather not talk about it. God damn it. She definitely knows what she's doing, alright.
Alright.
I only speak English, of course.
Let's find some food.
Find food, objective. Yes. I have completely lost concentration in this game. Yes. Brushing off toy. No! I don't know what you're talking about, clearly. Stop saying it. What do you mean? You are the person who gave them the idea of toy. What do you mean?
AJ, stay back.
Yes, I cough. I coughed. Ankle, then the head. Leap, my child. I shall stop saying it.
It's down. Still with me?
Still sick.
Still here.
I am.
Right.
Can the give me a challenge button must be redeemed if I wanna give a challenge without using it? Can the give me a challenge button be redeemed if I wanna give a challenge without using it? So you wanna give me a challenge without using the redeem? I mean, that challenge. I mean, you can just give me a challenge, and if it is not a redeem, I'll think about it. I might or might not do it. That's a different thing. But yes, if it is a redeem, I pretty much end up doing it regardless of the situation, right? Depends on how extreme it is, but yeah, I usually end up doing it. I have had workout routines, Zumbas, so many other things happen because of that, but yes, you give bits, so he'll do it. You make me sound like a gold digger, but you know what? As a respect to the fact that you have given me bits, I might do it. Yes, that is also true. It's less of a, oh, he has given me bits. It's more of a respect that you have actually, decided to, spend some bits on me. So yes, I would respect that and I would do it. Maybe. Again, maybe, right? I don't want to give an ultimatum like, I will do it. I just give the meaning of it to give awareness. Yes. Now everybody is like, tie. Thank you so much for the 2-bit cheer. Much appreciated. Oh my god, come on, mate. I know, god damn it. But that defeats the purpose of it though, the redeem. Yeah, true, but also, right. That's for people who want me to make redeems, but are like what? But also are like long time viewers. Yes, sorry, brain just glitched out today so much, right? I mean chai. Oh yeah, I want to drink something as well. Soon. Oh yes. What did Leah say? I am concerned. I am losing my speed on chat. Only you. Huh. Y'all stop spamming. Of course. How did I miss that? Ah, okay, there it is. I couldn't even see that message. Y'all stop spamming that. Okay. As long as chat doesn't have too much trauma. If it is, as long as it's not something that's too much trauma. Stop saying it. I can't breathe. What do you mean? You're saying I shouldn't say toy even though kids play with it? Damn it! Anyways, 10 minutes, yes. We'll force him. Passes you an oxygen mask, yes. Yes, difficulty breathing, obviously. God damn it. I didn't mean it that way. I meant actual toys. I speak English. What do you mean? I know what you meant. Thank you. What did Leah say? Leah is also confused now. Yes. Yeah, but y'all keep saying the word. I don't know what you're talking about. What word? What did I hear? I don't know. I shall redeem one for you. Yes. Oh yeah. Sure. There are people who are willing to, if the redeem is good enough, people are willing to like pull off the redeem for you. They're like, you know what? I shall fulfill that purpose. People have too much points here. Some people have way too much points here. And I am worried about it, right? So anytime I'm adding new redeem for points, I am always worried because of the amount of points everybody has, right? So the other day, I was thinking about adding a redeem. It wasn't. One was posture check, but that I don't think will be used too much. Very hard to see that with dark mode. Oh yeah, it is. I mean, I am in dark mode, so yeah, same. So yeah, it is confusing, right? So then I was like, okay, cool. I can get some redeem, but then people are like, I have points. That's all the statement is. I have points. They can spend it and be like, yes, all good. Can I give a challenge? If I go ahead, go ahead. I'll listen to the challenge, and if it is fun enough, people will redeem it as well. So you don't have to worry about it. It will happen. Blind, what do you mean? I know, right? Give him paranoia. I already have enough. Please, no. You can shortly give me a challenge. It's fine.
Interesting.
I'll probably try and pull it off. Okay. Make it far and redeem it for you. Fair, yes. Make him play a horror game. I am planning to play a horror game, right? Soon. I want to play Alien Isolation, right? With the audio. Like, I talk a lot. So, streaming. With me talking. Alien Isolation would be rough. Mortuary Assistant. I don't have that game, but I wouldn't mind getting it. Would bully him for that. Not redeem it. Understandable. Acceptable, yes. Wasn't she supposed to go back though? Okay.
What do we do inside a new place?
Of course.
We listen for monsters.
I want to as well, right? I want to as well.
Come on.
I have to put it in my wish list in my Steam so I can get it eventually.
Inside a new place? We always...
Check the windows?
That's right.
Play shooting games, man. I mean, I played shooting games yesterday. What do you mean? I mean, also, too easy would be like a wrong option, but yes.
Monsters. All tied up. They can't get us?
Oh. I have a challenge for you. In this live stream now, if you can, for every 2 new followers / 3 deaths in game, you must wear 1 layer of shirt on your body. While 1 subscriber wear 2 shirts, hope you can do it. You know what? That I can actually do it. That's totally fine. That is totally fine. I can easily do that. Every 2 new followers also chill. Yay, you're the best, Leo. Yo. Yes, I can back that. No issues. I mean, this is borderline shooter, so I mean, this is technically borderline shooter. Yes. The only problem is I might get scared as well. I have had enough jump scares throughout. As long as he's not taking off stuff, we all good. Oh my god, what is going on? Ah yes, I am scared of Leo, yes. I fear for my life.
No, they can't.
20 minutes later, guys, I can't breathe anymore. I'm gonna have to go pull up my new clothes, right? Your
Windows
choice
are all boarded
determines
up.
what he will become.
This one's locked.
Was I supposed to make a choice? Did I make a
Security
choice?
door. Can't pry that open.
Pry that open.
I know you're hungry.
You
I
know
am
what? I'm
too.
hungry.
We'll find something.
I mean, I am. It's not wrong. I am hungry. Oh yeah. If I start wearing clothes, just quick shout out. Elevate is his company, by the way. Full on shout out. Alright, got it. In short, 2 followers, 1 shirt, 3 deaths, 1 shirt, 1 subscriber, 2 shirt. Works. I have enough clothes. The rough part would be the last part where I would actually start wearing hoodies, which will be, yes, very difficult, but yes. Would you look at that? I didn't even notice. Motherfucker, it's your brand, damn it. It's your brand. Come on, notice already. Notice, god damn it. Anywho. Yes. Oh, enter ticket booth. Huh. Oh, okay. It is close. Did they Please, what?
Please leave us alone. This is what we wanted.
That's nice, no? Weirdly nice, really. Hoodies or wear dresses. Less overheat. I don't think I have dresses. BRB, need to wash hands and get me some
Poison.
chai.
Did they give
Yes,
up?
chai, of
They
course.
wanted to leave
Your
this world
brand?
together.
It is.
Holding
Me
hands
as
in
a
their own
friend,
home.
me and a friend of mine.
Will
Oh,
we have a home?
international
We'll
shipping. Oh
see.
yeah, international shipping. They're still working on it. They're working on it.
But this opens the lock. That's not happening.
Can I not kill them?
Do we get the key?
No.
It's risky.
So
Might
risky.
be another way through that door.
Soon, yes. Soon,
Let's look
indeed,
around.
Soon. Hoping for
Let's
the
be
best.
smart.
Hoping for the best.
That's right.
Let's be smart. Pity. When you wear another shirt, could you show the full design of each shirt in full screen and stand? I can do that. I can easily do that. Yeah. That's totally fine. I have to go get them though. I'll have to choose which will I be wearing. Okay. Make it one better. Okay, I'll make it one better for all of you guys.
Homemade.
If we reach 10,
Might be more where
right?
this came
If we
from.
reach 10 clothes, I'll switch to a suit instead for the rest of the stream. How about that? A whole proper suit. Might be gone for a
wow.
while, but I will do it.
For their last meal.
Must show friend back up and one pose. Ah yes, one pose. Now we are going to James Bond in the suit. Yes, no suit allowed. No suit. I mean, it won't fit either if I try to put it on. Yeah, suits are no, right? At the same time, a whole suit. Yes. Only if Titch was here in India. Yes, suit. Oh, that was yesterday.
coffee.
Zombie. God damn it.
For me.
Hmm.
The key or the window. Those are our options.
I mean, I wouldn't want to throw this guy in. Because last time
It's
that didn't
dark
go
in
in.
here.
He's gonna start wearing his underwear if he runs clothes.
We should
I
kill the
don't
monsters.
I don't think I'd be doing that. It said shirts,
They're not-
it said shirts, it said clothes. So yes.
Well, they
Preferably
used
it's
to
gonna
people.
be full sleeve t-shirt or shirts or full sleeve t-shirt or shirts. Yeah, or just regular tees. You never know. What do you mean? Please don't give us pre-trauma. Thank you. What do you mean? Gonna reset and then wear the suit. Yeah, it's a reset and then wear the suit. I initially thought of that, but let's see, right? We had to reach 10 clothes though. So yeah,
And as people, they asked
as
to be
sudden,
left alone.
unavoidable work till the end of stream.
So what's best?
What do you mean?
AJ, I need your help on this one.
In there?
We need to know if there's food inside.
Wasn't there food right outside?
And I need you to be brave.
He's gonna start wearing.
Okay, I can be brave.
Excuse me? What the fuck? It's called a banyan, but alright then.
Once you're through,
What do you mean? Hope no wear a suit. Hope using a t-shirt for shirt challenge. Yeah, only t-shirt. Yeah. Fine, makes sense. Fetish collection? No. The fuck? No, sussy, no. Sorry, that list goes too far.
AJ!
I mean, again, exactly.
You gotta
No.
see this, Clem.
Excuse me. I am actually a okay. This might be TMI, too much information, but I am actually decent built, please. No. I was weirdly obese, fat, if you wanna call it that,
They have
back
a
when I
good
was in my
thing going
college.
here.
But then I
Can
saw
we
one
stay
picture
here?
of mine and decided no.
We'll see.
Then I lost all my.
No one's here.
Thank you for the follow, Raikal. Just a quick question.
always
Is
just
Raikal a reference
monsters.
to Elden Ring?
There aren't that many people left, kiddo.
That's sad.
Hmm.
How many did there used to be?
That's 2 followers today. Oh, right. That is 2 followers today. Fine. Let me go get a shirt. Let me go get a good shirt. Also, today's fit. Elevate. By the way, elevate, elevate. Well, where is your damn band move, eh? I'm fit right there. God damn it. Anyways, let me get some. Be right back. Okay. To start with, I must announce I am anime fan big NES. All my clothes will be anime related, and these are only the big ones that I have. Technically, so yes, the fits are gonna be very simple. I'm gonna say that. Oh yeah, full screen. Right, right, right. Definitely did not forget about that. Now cry. I'm gonna cry if we. What happened? Okay, how many did I miss? Alright, so the thing is, this is the other one. Okay, these are all big, right? These are all big. These are when I was actually a bit chonk. So yes, these are gonna be my anime fits technically, right? It's hot though. Gonna be sweating the whole stream today. Yes, this is my whole vibe. Can I zoom out? I don't think that. I don't know if I can zoom out. The heat is gonna be insane, right? Like it's black on top of that. It's gonna be hot. Ain't no way, right? It's hot. Two shirt is too much. Seriously, right? But still, I've got three. I've got three more. Do the Zimba with all this. No, no Zumba, no Zumba. You say Zumba, I panic. I have a few, right? I have a few good ones yet to come. Yet to come, right? Yet to be on the list. There is still One Piece. There is still Dragon Ball Z. There is still Naruto. There is still. Anywho, lot of good stuff. Lot of good stuff. But the thing is, right? These are big T's. So if I wear them first, which I was a mistake, if if I wore them first, so it's just gonna get thicker and thicker now. I should have worn like you know a more tighter tees that I have, but I kept it inside again. I don't know, right? I don't think I can fit Monster Tea when I don't have a Monster Tea. No, I have a bleach, but no Monster. No, no collar tea. Oh yeah, no, 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 no. I don't wear collar tees. You know the one with the collars. My dad got collar tees recently, so he was like, you know what, you can have mine. I'm like, no, I don't think I want to. All right, I will. I will. What did I? Did I miss anything? Okay, okay. I didn't. Did I miss anything? Okay, 2 followers. All right. Any important concert? conversation, I'm gonna cry if I get that. Man struggling to find another tea. Actually, no, right? I went upstairs. My mom was like, send something to your dad. Electronic stuff, advanced stuff. So yes, you're gonna put him in high school outfit next, aren't you? Does a tank top count? I had two tank tops. They're gonna fit, right? They're gonna fit. If I wanted to, the tank tops will fit. Okay, so I am thinking like, do I get the tank tops or not? I could have, right? I could have ran the tank tops. I might, right? I might. Given what happens, I might even. If I DC, just know it's power outage. Would like to suggest wearing all anime
Just a
tee
few.
shirts first for the shirt
Remember what we
challenge.
said?
Yeah, I'm gonna get. I still have.
You know this. Always.
Always aim for the head.
Yes. Okay.
That's right.
The thing is, can you not struggle my PC? Thank you. I have. Okay, I have 1, 2, 3. I have 3 anime shirts left right here, and I still have a bunch upstairs. So if those things run out, yes, I'm gonna go get some. That is like full sleeves as well, so that's gonna just keep burning me inside. No, of course, and do it. I thank you for the 1 bit, of course. Death Note. Okay. Here's the thing, right? I love Death Note, but I don't like it at all at the same time. Okay, it was way too much hype for me, and hype always kills everything for me. And then some black tights. Excuse me, I'm not modeling. Excuse me, what do you mean black tights? With the fur? Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Anyways, can I make him buy a maid outfit? I'll pay for it. God damn it. Maid outfit? What am I to expect next? Am I to expect what is that? Naked apron? Next? I can't believe I'm saying these things, right? How have I fallen from grace? I would like my eyes intact. Thank you very much. Paradoxalius. Epi is the one who made me watch my first anime, Death Note. Death Note was nice, but at the same time, right? Too much. The Photoshop version of the server. If you have seen it. No! Stop it! What anime that currently watching this season? So this season, last season I was watching a lot of anime. I finished most of the animes that were there. I finished. I enjoyed Frieren and I enjoyed Apothecary Diaries, which was very fun. I finished it very recently. To be beaches and swimsuit. Get damn, swimsuit fit, yes. Oh hell nah. You watched it already. Where? I'll link you, wait. Oh no. No! Stop getting the dark
Come
history.
on, let's keep looking. There's gotta be something we can eat.
Stop
so.
getting my dark history out. It wasn't even me, but yes.
Not the worst place to
Next
sleep.
thing you guys know, he's wearing a bikini. No! I hope I don't fall that low. No! I shall not grace myself with the bikini. No.
Spoiled.
Watch more
Sorry,
animes.
buddy. These are long gone.
Fuck.
Yes, of course. Chat is going wide.
Hey, watch the swears.
Damn it, my PC
I mean,
struggles.
shoot. Look.
I watched Remaster. Ooh. Season 3. Thing is, right? In this season, oh, I'm so tempted, right? I'm watching Slime. Obviously, I'm watching Slime. I'm watching One Piece, of course. Vinland Saga was good. Vinland Saga season 1 was amazing, don't get me wrong. But season 2 was actually really good as well. I don't know why. Vinland Saga season 2 is more adult appealing because of how it's focused more towards understanding what life is technically in the anime. So yes, in this season, right, what I want to watch are one is Windbreaker, if I'm not wrong. It's a new anime that is out. I haven't started it, but I've heard really good things about it. Episode of DS season 4. DS? I'm a struggle on this, right? Oh yeah, there is a good reason why I'm not playing the game. I have a power outage. I can stream, but if I start playing the game, I'm gonna lose my whole stream. So I have to like slow it down. My personal favorite is Jobless Reincarnation. Jobless Reincarnation is getting a new season. Demon Slayer, right? Right. Definitely not me who owns a Demon Slayer shirt and still couldn't figure it out. Sorry, I have watched way too much anime, right? So to give you guys a, you know what? It's better if I show it, right? I'm sorry, game, but I'll come back to you in a bit. Okay, I'm gonna come back to you in a bit. I am gonna pull up my desktop view. And there is an app. Okay, there is an app called TV Time. I don't know if you guys know about it. I know it's my personal details in this, but anyways, now I'm just gonna see if I can log in. Right, I just wanna log into it and see if I can get into it without getting my main details through. To just give you an idea of how much of an anime addict I am. Okay, it logged me in without much questions, which is really good. TV Time is one of the best apps to have. Also, I haven't updated it in a while, so I haven't watched this yet. Oh yeah, even these things got updated. No, go away, Bachigiri. I've already finished you. Yeah, this I watched. So it's really good to keep tabs on what and all you have watched. These two I have not watched, on the other hand, right? These I still have to watch as well. These are like things I've watched halfway and I've left it. Okay? Wait. I can talk about jobless for hours. I can be jobless for hours. Yes, self dogs. There is no dogs, right? You know my interest now, but that's a different thing. So yeah, these are all animes that I have to kind of watch, but I have not. Also, oh yeah, this. I forgot to update it. Anywho, I have finished this. I'm gonna update it later, right? I'm gonna update on my phone. Anywho, this maybe Konosuba season 3. Oh, Konosuba is good. I'm gonna watch it. Anyways, right. Let me show you the amount of shows I've watched. I am sorry, but yes, I have watched shows. I have watched some shows, right? I have watched some animes. I have watched some animes. Yes, I watch animes. Yes. If you didn't know, I watch animes. Yes. Still work. Watching the stream. Sad that they stopped Over in a Seraph. Over in a Seraph was good, right? It was really good. I don't know why they stopped it. Don't watch this. My friendly advice, don't watch this. I regret watching this. Why is there a special for this? Don't watch this. For your own mental health, do not watch this. I will not show it either. What do you mean? Oh, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the sub, Thank you so much. Alright. Okay, I'll let you guys chill.
Rakel11 gifted a tier 1 sub to Comrade Mario.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Appreciated, much appreciated. Quick question. One Piece, Naruto, Bleach. Preferably not Bleach. What? Bleach. Yes, not Bleach. One Piece or Naruto? Which one is it? Which one would you prefer? Naruto or One Piece? Yes. Jojo stays, of course. Naruto. Alright. Naruto is nice actually. Naruto is the nice one from the list. I must say, I do like my Naruto tea a lot. It tastes Kakashi, so yeah. Oh, Subscribe was 2 shirts, right? Holy fuck, right. Naruto and obviously get a tank top. Yes. You're gonna start a war. Oh boy. A war that I will struggle with, yes. I have more teas, right? Oh, there you go, Naruto. Naruto fit is nice. I like Naruto fit. These are all from my brother, by the way. My brother sent this to me from US, so they are pretty good. They're like really good as well. Also, big. Also, these are just in black. I still have like white and grey left. Grey is Dragon Ball Z. White is One Piece. Oh yeah, One Piece next, right? Though I must say, maybe I should have worn this first because this is a bit more tighter. So now I am gonna look chonk. Yes, you're gonna start a war. Oh yeah, right. Supposed to, yes. Naruto and One Piece. I'm gonna take a little nap before stream ends. Can you all screenshot what he looks like? Hey! Anywho, right. No, this is fine still. Anybody who wondered? Yes, this one looks nice. Also, I like how it's actually starting to fit now because of the amount of chonk I have inside. Yes, look at this. This is Zoro one. I must say, this struggle. Next, I have Luffy for white. I must get those, right? You know what? Give me a quick timeout. Now I'll just go get the other teas and come back. So I can actually just wear them whenever it's time. Be right back. The words are saved. Oh yeah, words are saved. And you can always clip it. Be right back.
Mwah.
No, I is back. I am back. Yes, I have some yes, second full two more teas. Yes. Anywho, oh, thank you so much for the follow. Confused slip. Slippy. Alright. Hello. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Also, did my redeem just die? Okay. Anywho, can't delete message. Yes, message delete is not possible. Alright, so I've got all my animaties and I've got two very difficult to wear clothings. But yes, fun. One or two for new shirt. Yes, definitely. So yeah. Oh yeah, this was really nice. Cautious Hero. Cautious Hero was good. Yes, I watch anime if you ever wondered. Yes. Which one? I genuinely regret this not getting a new season though. It was really nice. 9 seasons. So I wanted to watch the ending as well because the character goes from being absolute goofy to absolute badass. So worthwhile. Move my cam.
Mwah.
Oh, right. Move my cam. Can I move my cam without struggle? I don't know, right? I don't think I can actually move my cam without struggle. Yeah, this. It's called Hitman Reborn. There are few which are very questionable. I know. Don't ask me questions. Anywho, I can actually give you guys my page. If you ever wondered what is I have watched, please don't question what I have watched. That's all I'm gonna ask you guys. Hey, yo, thank you so much. Not my birthday, but in someone's birthday somewhere. So yes, I think I can. Not. Can I share my profile? Huh. Weird. Share. Feed. Save image. More. Hold up. I'm scared it'll show up something that it shouldn't show. I is worried. Play Hitman series. Really fun to stream. I have not played any Hitman series, right? I played Hitman long back, but I never got to like properly play the series, like play the series yet. So yeah, I have watched. I can't believe I watched a total of 20,000 episodes. I watched a total of 20,000 episodes, and I have spent 11 months watching. I have spent 11 months of my life watching these things. Interesting. Interesting choices were made. Ah yes, this is hot, right? This is way too hot. Anywho, hot stuff as always. It is fine. It is fine. It is fine. That's the thing, right? I really like animes a lot. My, well, if you couldn't tell, rookie numbers. You need to bump those numbers up. Yes, of course, of course. I am worried. Can I open my wallpaper engine? I think I can. There you go. Ah, yes. Life is just a choice. Life is always just a choice. Ah, yeah. I didn't check all my new ones that I got. Okay. One Piece ones mainly. Spoilers, of course. If you haven't watched it, yes, but also really good ones. So yeah, this one is interesting, right, for me to keep, but also feels a bit too much. I like to keep it a lot simpler. I don't watch there, but I know I've been watching since Pokemon Indigo. Oh yeah, I finished like Pokemon All Ash story part. Ash story part I finished. Anything else I have like been like, whatever. I like this a lot as well. No, not the whole thing. I don't want the whole clip from the anime. I just want the part where he's just standing and holding the flowers. That's just beautiful. This is the one. Uh, I think this would work. I mean, you can't hear it, but there is like background music as well, so it works for me. It works amazingly well for me. So yes, much appreciated. That's good, right? That's good. I like this. Though I must say the opening is also sick. I don't think I can. My cat was bothering me when I went upstairs. I still got enough clothes to run through. Hmm. All good. I really should have enjoyed this. I really love this. I have only watched till the Orange League. Then I was like, that's enough Pokemon for me. So the thing is, right? I watched Pokemon very recently, like very few years ago. Me and Rygason, who you might know, who usually drops by on stream, we used to do project together. We had a project together in our engineering, and we were after like a month and after 5 weeks into the project, we were 2 weeks back behind schedule of what schedule whatever you call it. We are 2 weeks behind schedule of what where we are supposed to be on the project. The next week we were 1.5 months ahead of schedule. So we had time. We literally started watching Pokemon from scratch. We watched everything. That time, we literally were done with the project so quickly. We are just watching Pokemon, Pokemon. Finished everything. We literally are in the back of the lab. We could see our uh, juniors actually working on projects. Also, no, I can still play. I cannot play the game right now. If I try to play the game, it's gonna shut off my whole PC, which is not good. I know all the Pokemon names till Gen 9. Never watched. I mean, that is an impressive skill, not gonna lie. That is definitely an impressive skill. I wouldn't have expected, right? That's a really amazing skill to have. To actually know so much about Pokemon, yet haven't watched it, right? I have watched it and I still. Yeah, H games I can. H games I can. I think I can do H games. Let me check that out. Hold up. Yeah. Oh, wrong tab. There you go. Pinned messages. Hmm. Oh yeah, you updated the list. I see. Very nice. Very nice. Only 9 gens though. No strengths or anything. Maybe colors if I'm lucky. That is still impressive. That is still impressive. Exactly. Yeah, this. Anyhow, it's a fresh new year and you have a fresh new job. You thought about an IT guy. Well, We thought being an IT guy would be easy, but your boss gives you a huge challenge right on the first day. Turns out that after the new year, everyone in the office seems to have forgotten their computer password. Now you have to play the detective and figure out how to unlock the computer in the office. Alright. I am gonna bump game audio. I can't bump game audio, I have to bump browser audio first. Thank you so much for the follow, collector. Alright. Next shart. Give me a second. Let us see. Let us see. Let us decide. I would shiny Chew. Okay. Chew Charizard. Okay. I choose you. Anyway, that is shiny. Yes. I will go shirt. Give me a second. I'm reading chat. Mega Rayquaza. Yes. Remember these? I have no clue. I think I am not involved in this conversation. I would if he would move the damn camera. I mean, oh yeah, right.
No, I'll do it fine.
And I'll keep myself above the cat. I know that I was supposed to group these two together, but I always forget it. I have grouped it in one area. I just have forgotten. Yes. Newty, yes. Yes. Newty, yes. Huh. Demon Slayer, Dragon Ball. What? I'm keeping Bleach for the end. So my question is Demon Slayer, Dragon Ball, One Piece. So it's either one of the four. One of the four. Demon Slayer, One Piece. What am I even missing? Shiny Shadow Mewtwo. Oh yes. Dragon Ball Z. Okay, Dragon Ball Z white or black? Pause, I'm not being racist. Grey or black? Grey or black, yes. Is it the grey one or the black one? Which would you prefer? Rip Toriyama. Toriyama rip indeed. Racist. It's not racist. I'm saying the color of my shirt. The black one? Oh yes, fine. Black it is. You get to the grey one later. I like this shirt. I like my Polythera instinct stuff. I'm gonna get yelled off for this, but sure. Look at this. Look at this tea. It's Ganonku. It's Goku. Full screen. Oh yeah, full screen. Full screen, of course. I should have got my other table fan that I always use. Yes. There you go. This is. Oh my god, it's getting chunk. Oh yeah, I would have wished if it was Demon Slayer. It's so much more easier. Look at this. This Gonku. I look chonk thanks to this. Also, yes, I must. Opposite of OnlyFans content, yes. Anyways, yes, I must match height. This is me. Oh god. If I stand straight, you can't see my head. Yeah. This is nice. I like this. My brother showed me Tanjiro's hoodie, right? So my brother, when he was in US, and he was buying me my second set of clothes, which was actually I think like two shirts. One was Demon Slayer, the other one I don't remember which it was. But anyways, it was two. Also, I look big now. I will just remove all of this one at the same time, right? At the same time, so much easier. But anyways, I look heavy now. I look heavy. No offense, but yes, I do look heavy now. Look at this. Look at the chunk. Look at the chunk I'm carrying. Anyways, wait, what happened if some reversed the clip while you are wearing a t-shirt? I mean, it won't go to the point of me removing it, so I think it will be only for. Yes, it would be technically only fans content. Yes. Alright, I must hear my ears. So yeah, this is my Ultra Instinct shirt. I like it. I like this. I mean, the One Piece one, Leo always yells at me saying that I have pulled the collar around, but I have not, just to be clear. It's a speculation against my will. Yes, continue gameplay. Yes, I have not played this. I was just told, play it. Wait, what is this? Ah, yes, there you go. Okay. Oh, there you are. Welcome to Howard Phillips Advertising Agency. We're so happy to have a new member in our family. Yada yada, you're late on the first decade. You know that's not good, right? Sorry, I missed the bus. Yeah, it don't matter. Now listen here. Listen here, you little shit. That's one of my favorite stuff, right? He chews on the damn collar. Oh yeah, Zoom. Okay. I'm like, what Zoom call is this person talking about? I'm like, no, I don't yet use Zoom ever. Why can't I zoom? Ah, there you go. Is this too much zoom? I think this should be fine, right? Yeah, this should be perfect, right? Right. Sharingan. Oh, that is sick, right? That's Itachi has one of the best stories, not to mention. Better than sucking. Alright then. Better than sucking his thumb. Better than sucking. Hey! You say as if you know. NES. That thing is flexible enough. Wait a minute. I'm not sucking my. What the fuck? Break a Roberto should do. What the fuck, brother? Cam up too? Oh, right, Cam. Why Cam is struggle? I don't get it. Perfectly aligned, okay. Couldn't have asked for anything better. Anywho, top left, thank you. And align. Final warning. It's aligned. I know it's not aligned on the top, but come on, get me some slack. There you go. Sinster, fine now. It's not, but I'll take it. Alright. Well, guess what, kid? You're in for a ride because there isn't a single computer in the office working right now. Are they all broken? Have you tried turning it off and on again? No, that's not it. They are all in good condition, but something really strange happened. The thing is, since the new year, no one seems to remember the password anymore, and a locked PC is good for nothing. Damn, we haven't been able to get any work done this week. I'm supposed to be playing The Walking Dead, but okay. Like a collective amnesia. Must have been a crazy New Year party for the office. Must have been. Can't say for sure. I don't remember. Very nice chat. No cutting slack since you didn't group them. Alright, fine. I should have, right? Yeah, fair enough. All I care about is that every computer in this office is unlocked by the end of the day. That's your job. First job, okay. Oh, and we can't afford to lose any data on this computer, so be careful when you're doing your hacking magic bullshit, alright? I'll do my magic. Well, actually, it's each person's password. Great, then do that. I didn't know I was hiring a psychoanalyst too. Okay, then start by unlocking my computer. Pizza flare. The Domingos pizza. The phone number and part of the menu are underlined. Okay. Oh, I just had to type the password. I get no hints. Nothing on the calendar. Picture on the wall. The boss surfing in Hawaii. He almost looks cool. Almost. Ah, yes. Bookshelf. Most books are about business and administration, but there's one called Dating After the 40s. Yeah, damn. The employee of the month is the boss himself. A bunch of generic trophies and medals, but there's nothing written in any of them. The boss's trash can is mostly full of papers. There's a lot of receipts from a place called Domingo's Pizza. Okay. How do I look at it? Huh. Today's solar eclipse? Okay. Keep track. I'm going AFK for a few minutes. Yes, sir. Domingo. Is it? Domino's Pizza. Okay. Domino's Pizza. The phone number and part of the menu are underlined. What is this? Hold up. Huh? I missed it. I double clicked it and I missed it. Okay. Why is it taking so long? Do you remember anything about your password? Holy kid, disappeared. I wrote down the password. Well, maybe not the password, but a question or something to make me remember it. Try to find that. Crumpled piece of paper. Maybe I should unwrap it. Oh, it's the boss's profile from a dating app. The picture is obviously Photoshop. Why would someone print their dating profile? Well, let's see. Danny Drude Jr., 52, regional manager at Howard Phillips Advertising Agency. A gentle and caring man looking for my soulmate, surf for life. Also, my job pays well. Yep, that's still him. What the fuck? Wait. Oh yeah, okay. That's it? People usually write down safe questions for their password. I should for that. Maybe it's a paper or sticky note. Oh. Password question. What is your favorite food? Plus, what's your age? 52, right? 52. Domino's Pizza. Is it just Pizza 52? Ah. I know, it's Dominic. Okay. Bizarre. Brothers Pizzeria. Ah, okay. Hey, good job, kid. Now you only have a dozen computer or so. Get over there and do your magic. No fooling around. You have until close hours. Go.
Hey man.
Okay, weirdo. What's up, dude? You new here? Yeah, I'm the new IT guy. Cool. So you're here to unlock the computer? No information is. There's a sticky note hidden in this plant. Secret, don't read. The password to the computer here is a thing my cat love that you can find in this room. Kira. Here we have canned food and snacks, cereals, a rat. Holy shit, that's a rat in here. A rat! You can't die, so the rule changes to every failed attempt. What did I miss? Why he look like a Minecraft villager, that face? Ah yes, of course. Hey man, the sounds. Cheetah? Rat. Yes. Also, no, I don't recall this game. I never played this. Sup bro? Just chilling. Do you remember the password to the PC? Dude, unlike the others, I actually didn't forget anything. But they never told me any password to begin with. I'm the office boy, dude. The sad, marginalized worker. That's why I revolt every day by popping during company time. Plus, the computer here is lacking. Most websites are blocked. All you can do is search stuff on Google and watch cat videos. Which is not that bad. But I wish could play something. Okay. Understandable? Domino's. I guess no one was hungry. Months. Nobody bothered to update them. Okay. There's a guy on the TV trying to argue that unions are actually bad for workers. Sure, just like sniffing glue does wonders to your health. Okay, mate. Pretty comfy, doesn't help much though. Refrigerator, yep, the office refrigerator, the heart and soul of the chaos of the workplace. Upper cabinets. There's a funny smell coming from the upper cabinet. Besides that, there is also some can, a half-empty wine bottle, a lost remote control, and finally a curious looking small sack with a cat's face on it. There's a bunch of weed inside. Well, that explains the smell. Cat love that we can find in this room. No? Okay. But never mind. This fun. Look at his face, real creep. You probably showed me like 2 minutes of gameplay. Oh, puppy. Search it out. His cat likes weed. Not my cat, rats, not catnip. I mean, weed? I don't think it's catnip, right? It said weed, right? It just called it weed. Look at this. Open it. Bunch of weed inside. Well, that explains the smell. Dartboard. I used to love darts. Then I took a dart in the knee. Fuck out of here. Skyrim reference. Buzz and with. It starts to fall but get stuck in the machine. Very nice. At least they try to stay safe. Expires May 1st, 1997. Never mind. Okay. I mean, I thought it was weed. It said weed. Look at this. It says the cat. This says, look. And finally, a curious looking small sack with a cat's face on it. I was like, okay. Weed. Weed it is. Oh, 3 fails. Shit, right. Play of the month. Hey boss, nice to see you. Alright. Oh, every day says watch cat videos. What did I miss? Regular coffee, despite what Steve has said, it seems to be working fine. Coffee? Just chugging coffee. What do you mean? It is at mine. I don't have to watch cat videos. I have cats. I actually have cats. I can just look at them. Alright, right on. Thank you so much for the stop. Kratos, go. Oh, Kratos got this. Alright. 2 shirts, yes, of course. Of course. I'm gonna let you guys decide, right? Yes.
Rachel 11 gifted a tier 1 sub to Kratos _Gao_.
Oh yeah, I love my shirts. Right. It's getting extremely hot now. Demon Slayer, Dragon Ball Z, or One Piece. Alright. Dragon Ball Z or Demon Slayer. Actually, I'd go with Demon Slayer, right? Oh, 2, right? It's 2 dress. So yeah, One Piece is gonna be for the end, I see. Yeah, I'll have to wear this first because it won't fit. Yes, this. I don't know if you have ever seen this. I like how it actually blurs out the background for this as well. But yes. Tanjiro, Inosuke and all the gang. A cloth, a shirt, my bad. I don't know, right? I have a habit of calling everything dress. Outfit, yes. The one I know. Yes, of course, of course. Do they even join the stream? I have. Yes, only stream, you know. Yes, of course. I don't know, right? I expect this is gonna be difficult, right? I can reach my back. I thought I could reach my back. I can't. It's the first time for me. And here I thought I was flexible. Goku t-shirt. Well, it's getting more now. Hello, Micro Pace. Hello. Oh yeah. You know what? I'm gonna just do something. I'm gonna just switch my camera to the non-background blur one properties. This is my regular cam. It's much more cleaner. Should I change the lighting? Should I get my actual lighting? Should I get white light? This is white light. But, oh my god, I am chonk today, alright. How much layers am I at? 1. With this. Oh wait, no. That's still not it. Yes. Demon Slayer, Dragon Ball Z, One Piece, Naruto. Can't see it. Wait, it's refocusing. JoJo, Elevate. Next would be my belly. Anyways, but no. So yes, look at this. Look at this 10 generation. Also, why are you not focusing? God damn it. There you go. See, it's better. Also, I am chonk. I am very chonk today. So many clothes. Where are my glasses? There you go. Still have. Oh yes, I have to wear another. Right, Dragon Ball Z. Yes, of course. Forgot. It is 2 for a sub. Yes. There you go. Next is Dragon Ball. Right. It's Master Rossi, of course. Velma movement. Oh, that reminds me of the live action. I am chonk today. God damn. I lost so much weight just a few days ago. Now I feel I'm back to where I was. What's that? Okay. Anywho, Master Rossi. I am chonk boy. Hello. I am chonk, right? I am chonk today. I don't even know, right? The rest of the clothes are gonna be tight because these are all the loose ones that I have. I still have One Piece. I still have Bleach, which are too easy to, which are gonna be okay to wear. Yes, chonky boy. Yes. I do be like that. It do be like that for real. Yeah, see, if I usually do this, I'm like, ooh, air in. Now it's still, there's more shirt underneath. I can't even do this to get some air inside my body. Anyways, moving on. Gonna be funny as hell. Thinking about you taking all these off at the end of stream. Yeah, I could do that. But anyways, switch to winter clothes then. Oh boy. I would rather switch on the AC or something. Oh, what do you mean, Kira? Okay. The password to the computer is a thing my cats love that you can find in this room. You? Me? I don't know. Sounds hella sus when you word it like that. Sure. You guys are sus. Oh yeah, screen. My bad. Yes. I got you covered. Also white light. Also, I look so chonk, right? I am so chonk today. I am chonky boy. This is just hot. I mean, I have jackets I can wear. Quite a few of them, right? Now, I usually used to wear like a shirt and a jacket for streams. Nowadays, I just don't. But anyways. Yes, no other way to word it. Of course, I don't look at it sus. But people, society. Oh yeah, bunch of junk food. Half-eaten candy bar and open soda. It's like a frat house. Bunch of junk food. Alright. Because it's hot? Ah yes, pet the cat. Pet the cat and run away. Most of the books here are old or simply weird. Looks like the boss brought the cheapest book he could find to fill this bookshelf. Of course. What could it be? A rat. There is a rat here. What's up, bro? Do you know anything about the weed in the cabinet? Oh, you found my stash, bro. I can share if you need, but just please don't tell anyone. That bag used to contain catnip, so I just traded a herb for the other. Perfect hiding spot, right? You put weed in the catnip bag. That's dangerous for the cat. Yo, the cat's been sniffing the sweet kush, bro. I'm sorry. Weed is a big part of my personality. Nah, for real, it's fine. Kira got a bunch of catnip in his office already. No one has touched the bag in like a year. Okay. But anyways, if you ever really need to chill, come to me. So it is catnip? It is catnip. Alright, makes sense. Pet the camper. Hey, yo, dude. You're a tech wizard. Thanks to you, the cat videos are back. Fuck you. What? God, this sounds like half the fucking staff at work. Yeah, that's hot. Yeah, that's hot. You didn't listen to us. No, I wanted to get to the question, answer myself. Come on, what do you mean? Now I know why the answer was catnip. Yeah, damn, girl. You know the first thing that popped up the moment I heard her? Shanice! Too much yappa. Shut it. Are you the IT guy? I was worried you wouldn't come. You don't have to worry about that anymore. It's me, the IT hero, to say your day. Yes, it's me. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Well, my name is Julia. I am the sales representative in this agency. I don't know what you're talking about, clearly. Use my computer. Talk to me if you need anything. Romero. Julia. Of course. Julia's calendar. Why her eyes orange? She got that sharing Anne. 2 dates are on the calendar. My birthday, Romeo's birthday. That's 16 Jan and 28 Jan, right? Is that the death days of them? 16th and 28th. Monday and Sunday. Okay. Julia's bag. I may be desperate for clues, but searching through someone's bag is a bit too much. Well, I thought it was a game. Romeo. Romer. What do you mean? Macbeth. See, Romero. I wasn't wrong. See, Romero. Many photos of Julia and many heart stickers. Oh, mere mortal. Struck by such sight. Hey, not tomato meat. Struck by such sight, you stand in shock, thinking your eyes deceive you. But fear not, I guarantee you this beautiful face isn't the one of a demon or incubus. Isn't it supposed to be succubus? But anyways, just a public relations specialist. Okay. Romero's the name. Alright, I guess I'm here to unlock your computer. Do it quickly, will you? I'm not used to waiting for other people. It's usually the other way around. Password, most loved one birthday. I am weirdly gonna assume it's his own birthday. 0128. 2 dates are on the calendar. A lot of love here. Huh? 17th. Wasn't it 16th though? 28th. He seems very self-centered. Is it 0128? Of course it's gonna be self-centered, lad. Finally. You may not have the look I do, but at least you're pretty clever. Not as much as me, of course, but still pretty clever. Pinned message. What did I miss? What is that pinned message? Also, hello, Slay. What good. So for two followers, I have to wear one extra shirt. For a sub, I have to wear 2 shirts. So I am currently at layer 1, layer 2. Got to be careful. Layer 3, layer 4, layer 5, layer 6. This was the one I was wearing. So yeah, 6 layers of this. I might look sus, but I am not. I must say, I am not sus. Hey, yo, mate. Hey, Slay. I know I'm hot. You can't be saying like that on public, homie. Nah, mate. Nah, too much public affection though. Though I must appreciate you, homie. Yeah, bro. You good, homie. Yeah, bro. You good. Okay, then. Fair enough. You know what? I'll take that compliment. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the follow. No sense. Senses? Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Yes. Where I go with this book? The Art of Seduction. 9 steps. Yes. magazine. It's the New Year issue of Mary's Share, a magazine aimed at young adult women. My man, you can't be kissing me like this in public, bro. Oh my god, no. No. Not the signs. No. I'm gonna have to write this down, maybe. Come on, Pastor, give me. No. Oh, wait, I need a pen. I need to write this down. Hey, Slide, you must control yourself, lad. Control yourself. He just be showing love to his favorite streamer. What you mean? Just click a picture. I mean, I could, but I need to write it down, right? No, I feel like I have to get something out of this. It's S P L A T B C C Where too many C's? B C C A G L S? I don't think so, right? Sagittarius. I don't think this is the password, but let me try it out, right?
No, bring it.
Okay. Do you have any hint for your password? Any problem that you need to send some emails? Do you remember anything about your password? Not exactly. I remember a few things, but it's all a bit fuzzy. My password was a word plus a single number at the end. Okay. And there was something pink involved. Sorry, that's everything I know. Pink book. Pride and Prejudice. Prejudice, yes. Intel Pentium, yes. I mean, fair, but also, why? He did say he wants to do it himself. What did I miss? What did I miss? No, it's 1, 1, Sagittarius. Oh! Oh! Ah. I see. I mean, fair, but also, why? Let him do it himself. Yes. I got like 2 hours of sleep. Why must he not sleep, my brethren? Why not? But I guess I'm banned from any help, so... Okay, you can help. You can always help. I just struggle though. Even with help, I will struggle though. He didn't get it. What do you mean I didn't get it? Please elaborate. Oh, where did I get this? Green book plus lucky number. Macbeth. Oh. Still nothing. Okay. What is the lucky number? Sagittarius one. How did he even know that she was Sagittarius? But fine. How do you spell Macbeth? Was it this? No. One. Yes. Oh no. Oh no. It's not. What? Anyhow. Hey, cut me some slack. Macbeth, yes. Let me check that, right? Yeah, Macbeth. That is fine. Where do I find the hint thingy? Oh. Worth a shot? McDonald's, yes. Worth a shit, no? Yes, worth a shit. McDonald's not worth a shit. Okay, then. Oh, maybe drawer. Uh-huh. 16-1. What is the lucky number? Sagittarius 1. You know what? Alright, no. My bad. I don't think there's a space in between, right? Wendy's in India bland. Yes, Popeyes was decent when it launched here. There is Wendy's in India, there's Wendy's no. Anyways. Now it suck balls. Wendy's suck balls. Alright then. Anyways. Wendy's. That's common misconception here, but no, I'm not. I mean, we used to date, but he didn't want anything serious. Then why he has so many pictures of you? But all he takes. Weird, right? You are a bit creepy, but he is. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Andrew Cobbin. Interesting. Talk to my ASS, of course. I ate KFC once in Mumbai. Wear a t-shirt. Yes. On it. Which one is it? Okay, it's only one piece. Yes, it's gonna be one piece. I am not chonk, by the way. I am not this chonk, if you are wondering. All right. I am NES. I am not proving my point, but anywho. Yes, it is 2 though. Yes, of course. Anywho. Yes, I am wearing it. I am chonk. It is wearing. Oh yeah, this is the one that Leah complains about all the time. The cloth. Apparently, I have pulled the Kaula, even though I have not. Full screen. Yes. Oh yeah, this one is one of my favorite shirts. One of my favorite shirts I do love to have. Look at that. It's so good. I like it. I am not chonk though, god damn it. I am not this chonk. I feel like the belly cat, right? I feel like the cat with the belly. It's not the chewed. I have not taken up. I get it why you say that as well. When I look at this, I understand that, but damn, it is not the reason why. God. Also, how many clothes? There you go. Jeez. You look. What do you mean? What do you mean I look? Anyways, no. Okay. No, I was joking. No, I was joking. No, yes, I look big. Yes. What do you mean? Persistent toggles. What do you mean? So let's count. Okay, so we got the 1, the One Piece, we got the 2, which is Dragon Ball, we got the 3, which is Demon Slayer, of course, 4, Dragon Ball again, 5, One Piece. Shut the fuck up, Vince. Shut the fuck up. Then we have Naruto, of course. Then we got Jojo, of course. Then we got Elevate, of course. Oh my god. Yeah, 300 followers special shirt stream. Yes. Now I understand, right? Now I understand. Holy fuck, I look big. I am big now. I am big. Look at the size of him, man. Look at the size of him. Look at the size of him. It's a big boy. I'm a big boy. I mean this. You can tell how many clothes I'm wearing, right? Pani. Of course. I am big. Look at my size. Hey, that's not what I meant. Does she girl? No. That's not what I meant. Hey, yo. Pause. Anyways. Back to the... I still have one more, right? I still have others. Thank you so much for the cheer. How many remaining animates you have? I have one more animate. A full sleeves one. After that, I have. Do I have anime tees? I mean, I have anime jackets if that counts. I have 2 anime jackets that I can think of as of right now. It's a Naruto and One Piece. So yes. Give me some place again. First the kids with the toy. What the fuck you mean? Kids with the toy. Of course, kids enjoy playing with toys, yes. Drama, we share an office after all.
Mwah.
So hot, right? Can't wait to remove this. That's good. I think power's back. I can actually play it. You know what? What's up, my friend? No, me. Alright. No, me? Wait, what? What did I miss? What did I say? You guys need to understand. I don't remember what I say half of the time. I have to remove all this, right? One at a time. Platonic obsession he wants, yes. As long as he doesn't interfere with my work, he can have any platonic obsession he wants. I have like 16 gifted subs. Where? Different channels? Please share it with us. Gift a sub to yourself. Why don't you pamper yourself? Gift yourself a sub to my channel. Thank you. I'm joking. I was joking. I could get my hoodies though. Let's see. Hoodies are gonna be a difficulty to wear, yes. I have none. I am not joking. What do you mean you don't have none? Subs? Hoodies? So much conversation going on. What is Julia's lucky number? Also, why am I chugging her coffee like it's my coffee? Does this guy know about his lucky number? Probably some of the female names are underlined. Okay. Books look like they have never been opened. Huh? The Art of Seduction in 9 Easy Steps. There are several bookmarks in this book, of course. Oh, spams emotes, very nice. Shirts next, then hoodies. Alright, treat yourself. Yes, of course, subs. For people who have watched Parks and Rec. I have hoodies. How are you struggling with this game? 16 different channels. I fell asleep during the first season. Why do you have a nut button? What do you mean I have a nut? Oh, okay, no, there. Okay, that makes sense. I don't have a nut button. What do you mean? You should see me with the simplest game. Yes. I struggle. Not me, not mine, but sure. Not your nut, okay. Not what I wanted to read, but anyways. Moving on. Macbeth. Where is the sticky note that I saw of Julia's which had the password? Yes. Oh my god. What do you mean? What's... Not case sensitive, right? I hope not. Is it? What am I looking for? Where is the damn sticky note that had a clue on it? Loki wanna challenge others to finish this before you. What do you mean? What do you mean I'm not smart enough? Unbelievable. I may be desperate for clues, but searching through someone's bag is a bit too much. This is his. Where did I see Julia's notes? I kept Pacific Drive on pause for the past 7 hours. Yes. Why though? Pacific Drive, right? Now yes. What do you mean? Macbeth. Few things. My password was a word plus a single number at the end, and there was something pink involved. Sorry, that's everything I know. Ah. Oh, it's inside the pink book. Green book plus lucky number. Please, someone beat him IRL or in game. On my way to his. Hey! You know exactly where I live. That's the scary part. No. Green book. Yes, Macbeth. What is the lucky number? Am I dumb? See, I don't get it. 28? Is it? God damn it. Macbeth. No. What else is it? Macbeth. Open calendar. 16? No, it's not lucky number. 16 and 28, and he has it weirdly wrong. 17th, okay, weird. His he knows at 28. I'm gonna assume it has something to do with this. But I don't understand how to look at this chart. Try 17? Okay. No. It's a single number at the end, so it's a single digit number. So it's Macbeth 4. No. What about the other book? Brown book. Blue book. Okay. Green book. Macbeth. Alright. Lucky number, right? Yeah. I am back from my slumber. Hello, hello. Lucky number 7. Not birth date. No. 7? Think. Look, it does say. She does say, right? It has something to do with the pink book. Okay, let's try Macbeth 7. Lucky number 7? Aha. Apparently it was 7. Hello Donut, welcome back. I am clothes, yes. I don't know, right? Let's fucking go. Thank you, hero. Now I'll get the hell out of here. Why 7? Is like 7 considered a lucky number overall? 1. Where we going? Let's fucking go. Yes, bun boy. Oh, a new face. Welcome, my boy, to the art room. My name's Vincent, art director, and that lovely grumpy lady there is Michelle, our illustrator. Oh yeah, should I stop this here? Suit yourself. Alright, fine. Not a plan. I shall stop this here and minimize. Up. And now we shall proceed to continue with The Walking Dead, the title of my whole stream. Yes. My power's back, so yes, I can do that actually now, finally. Anywho, I will get back to this at the end of the stream. Do not worry, do not worry. Turbo Golf Racing, of course, of course. Back to Walking Dead, of course. I can actually play Walking Dead now. You know what? I don't know who guessed this right, but good job. I'm actually hungry right now. I'm feeling hungry. I don't know who guesses it always, right? Like, but I am hungry. I must confess, I am hungry. It is indeed hungry. Do I go see if I can have some? You know what? I'm gonna have a chocolate and come back. I think I can calm myself. I be hungry like that. I'm going back to sleep. I'll be all nighter tomorrow. Why? Don't all nighter. Don't all nighter. Get some sleep every single day. That's a good thing to do. But yes, if that's what it's supposed to be, it is what it is. Alright, I be right back. I am gonna get me some thing to eat. Also, I think big. And I'm gonna go get yelled at. Be right back.
AJ, stay back.
dead. I just came back. Hello, I'm back. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck, man? Okay. Oh yeah, I went to get something to eat. I found some fruit salad. My dad will like this fruit salad. Take it. Yes. Alright. 1 out of 3 death count. Oh, was it even here?
AJ, stay back.
Oh shit. Oh shit, from here? So they give you a choice on how to play.
It's down. Still with me?
Still here. No bites.
Good.
Next, we get in there.
I feel like AJ will have immunity, right? Spoilers. Why is my chat stopped? Hold up. There we go. Fruit salad. Fruit salad. Of course. I'm eating that fruit salad. What do you mean? Are you mocking me? Good, right? Very good. I enjoy myself some fruit salad. Sorry, I was struggling for a moment. Anywho, very good fruit salad. Very good fruit salad. These are nice. It's basically custard, if you're wondering, but really good. But really goddamn good custard.
Monster trap?
It's not a trap. You swing on it. For fun?
The child is like,
You
what
get
is
in the
fun?
tire and someone pushes you so that we go really high.
Oh, I want to try.
Sure.
After we clear this place.
No, you can try it. Ah, AJ is all grown up. He is. Baba, they have some have good time working. Kids grow up pretty fast. Yes. Oh, yeah. Lee did fix a swing for her, right? I forgot. I miss Lee. He was a good man. See you soon, brother. See you soon, brother. Bye bye.
Interesting.
See you soon. See you soon, yes. CEE you soon, indeed. Excuse me. Is there a possible hood ornament? Am I a gangster now? Okay. Shift Q.
What do we do inside a new place?
We listen for monsters.
After that?
Uh,
Come on, you remember. Inside a new place, we always...
check the windows?
That's right.
AJ is always listening. That's a scary line to use. AJ is always listening. Be careful.
Monsters. All tied up. They can't get us?
Anyways,
No, they can't.
poor souls.
Windows are all boarded up. This one's locked.
Security door. Can't pry that open. I know you're hungry. I
Did I
am
give him
too.
the snack? Why did
I'll
not
find
eat it?
something.
Weird king, but okay.
I
What the
promise.
fuck? What? Tied up? No, that's it. Yes, yes. What do you mean weird? I thought that was a normal kink. Don't shoot me. I'm just saying what I think. Don't shoot the messenger. Yes, tied up zombies. No,
Wouldn't be
I
that
would
easy,
expect.
would it?
That I thought so as well. Wouldn't expect zombies to be part of someone's kink.
They ate well.
But
For their
again, hear me out. I've heard worse. That's all I'm saying.
Beans.
Homemade. Might be more where this came from.
Promise you. What is up, child? So good, right? Damn. Okay. Is there nothing on this damn table? Is that what you're telling me? Beat! That's why you build like a baked bean. Baked bean! Baked bean that! Baked bean that!
Poison.
Did they give up?
They wanted to leave this world together, holding hands in their own home.
Will we have a home?
We'll see.
Let's see, we'll have a hood. Be gangsta.
Please leave us alone. This is what we wanted.
Rough. Cute, but not really. Yeah.
But this opens the lock. That's not happening.
Do we get the key?
It's risky. Might be another way through that door. Let's look around.
Let's be smart.
That's right.
And just be smart. I like how they actually give camera controls now. That's nice.
Too small to crawl through. Well, for me.
I know.
The key or the window. Those are our options.
But they just wanna be dead together.
It's dark in there. We should kill the monsters. They're not people.
I mean, true.
Well, they used to be people. And as people, they ask to be left alone.
Yeah.
So what's best?
They just wanna be left in peace, right? Also,
AJ, I need your help on this one.
shooting them would just alert
In there?
things in the surrounding, right? Let them be. Let them be
need
at
to
peace.
know if there's
I stick
food
with my
inside.
decision.
And I need you to be brave.
Yes.
Okay, I can be brave.
You got this, boy.
Lift me up.
Once you're through, unlock this door.
Got it.
I mean, yeah, I could have, but I don't know if she'll shoot or she'll knife them. So, I would have knifed them. But also, I'm not sure, right? When people ask me to do something, I'll be courteous enough to do it. Like, if they tell me to, like, leave me alone, I'll be like, sure. I understand.
AJ! You gotta see this, Clem.
You gotta see this. Leave them alone as people, yes. Ah, yeah, they were
They
zombies.
had a good thing going here.
Can we stay here?
Let them be.
We'll see.
No one's here.
They have done that.
No
right?
one's ever anywhere. It's always just monsters.
I'm here, kiddo.
I know.
You saying
You're
I'm not
disappointed.
someone?
That's not what I mean.
One raffle.
Just a few.
Remember what we said?
AJ is a great shot.
You know this.
Save the last bullet for myself.
That's right. Come on, let's keep looking. There's gotta be
Why?
something we can eat.
Hope so.
I wanted it to be aim for the
Not
head,
the
but okay.
worst place to sleep.
He thunk. She thunking too much, yes. Ah, AJ
You
can
didn't
put
see
in
a
the crib.
kid.
No, we didn't. Might be why they gave up.
Oh. Nah, true. That is indeed true. Smart. Smart decision.
Spoiled. Sorry, buddy. These are long gone.
We found beans, right? Baked beans.
Hey, watch the swears.
I meant shoot.
I mean, shoot.
Look.
Yes, you can always help. Oh, secret stash.
Huh.
Stopped it here, right?
Something under here.
Oh,
Floor door?
this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Must have wanted to hide something.
That's what I'm talking about. Oh. Oh shit.
That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it is. We could eat for weeks with this much. It's rigged! AJ!
Oh, dumb. Why rig it like that? Why rig it like that?
Monsters.
Bunker, yes. Bunker is a smart way to keep things.
Oh, shoot.
We need to get back to the car.
That rigging is so shit, right? Also, it's bad that she didn't check it, but yeah.
You know what to do. Stick to the sides and be my eyes while I clear a path. Over here.
So they stuck the single animation for all monsters, all zombies. Very nice.
Let's get to the car.
Saving the weapon, that's good. They can't take food, right? They already took as much food as they can. The other food that's left are basically the ones that just exploded. So, oh boy. How is she gonna start the vehicle now?
Clem!
Okay, kid doing very well, yes.
Clem, look! The keys!
Bruh, Clem turned out to be such a badass in this game, no? Also, the shoes are sick, right? I love the shoes. I know, but what's the point, right? Like, if you trigger that even by mistake, you're gonna lose rations. Important rations that will last you weeks, months even, if you try. Intense situation. Apparently, I mean, they are somehow driving, right? Oh, arrows. Hmm. Lama, wear AC. Yes. I don't think AC. Ah, yes, free AC. That means that's what you mean. Yes, the broken window AC. Yes, I was gonna say AC would be the farthest of things of their worries, but yes. Do I have another chocolate in my pocket? Actually, don't. Damn. Okay.
Sometimes
Bronche window. Yes, bronche window problems.
Sometimes I don't know the reason why, so I guess I'll keep gambling. Lots of moves
Hoods.
and lots of rain.
No, it does not. I had 2 chocolate.
But it's easier.
I had 2 chocolate already.
What do you mean? It'll make me cough.
Hence you coughed. What do you mean coughed? I didn't cough yet. Banger music is the final season, lads. The final season. 2 to 3 days in and I'll be done with this game too. Then I have to choose another game. Damn it. So much easier to play one game and call it right. Like, yeah, done. Easy. Clementine. No? Oh, okay. Normal wake up. Okay. Play more itch. Yes. Itch.io games. Right. I have a huge list I must finish. Yes. Must not forget. At least till Friday. Yes. Free days. AJ.
AJ!
Why is she handcuffed? What the fuck? What king going on? If she turns, safety for her, safety if she turns. That shoes are sick.
What
Just
is this
saying.
place?
That shoes look sick. Maybe. You never know. Maybe. What is it? Ava died, right? I don't know, right? I don't think Ava died because the way she died is better safe than sorry. Yeah, true. Fashion. I know, right? Did she like? Is she in a zombie apocalypse or in a fucking? What is that? What is that week again? Fashion week or something? Yeah. The drip that she has is insane. Look at that jacket and stuff. Holy fuck. I know Eva fell off the edge, but I feel like she's alive, right? Because she didn't even get the. No.
This'll do.
She didn't even get like proper time of the day. They pushed her off. Is that AJ? Couldn't be, right? Oh. Why is my ears bothering me? Why are you bothering me here? Please stop. Somebody treated her very decently, at least. Half decently, at least. Sil's Kink list updated.
Where the hell am I?
I mean, by a zombie. Hey yo, it'd be even more sus if she was naked or in underwear. I mean, yes, but also I would prefer more ragged out. Not prefer. I would assume you'd be in very ragged out clothes. You won't be getting absolute Gucci stuff or Louis Vuitton jackets and stuff everywhere. No shot. Yes, she is a child. That's what I'm saying. No, that's not right. It's not. See, it's been like years, and I don't think there's anybody producing clothes. I would assume her to always be at weared out clothes, and boots are no way gonna be of that tier. Come on. Swear to God, if anyone says wait till she's no. I'm not. Nobody is thinking in that sense. I hope. I'm just saying, right? It doesn't make sense when people are actually wearing this much drip in a zombie apocalypse. I'd expect people to be wearing the same old clothes that they have had till date.
Nothing over here.
Wait and see if she even hits 18. No. It's a fucking zombie game. That's more accurate. You do realize the store and such have been looted. Yes, exactly. I don't. There won't be enough clothes like these anywhere. Even if you find them, they would be ragged out. Ah, yes. I only loot Gucci. I mean, come on. No way. Someone is like, I am Gucci looter. It's a child.
Don't move. Stay where you are. Don't turn around. Put down the knife.
How about you do the same? We're not gonna hurt you. We've got your boy, he's safe. I'll take you to see him. Just put down the knife.
Your turn.
Goddamn kids. What you mean there is a apocalypse?
See? We're not gonna hurt you.
Shad. Mr. Chad. Legolas.
Marlon. The little guy's Tennessee.
Legolas?
He's the one been
Only
taking
thing
care
in
of
her size. Maybe.
you. He doesn't talk much.
I mean, sure.
Clementine.
Sorry about locking the door and tying you to the bed and all. You were in pretty rough shape when we found
And
you.
yes.
You gotta take precautions, you know, just in case.
No need to explain. Like you said, I was in pretty rough shape.
Yeah, to say the least.
High
It's
school.
been tough out there.
I know. It reminds me
Both
of
of you.
Bully, the game,
Anyway,
if you
it's
remember.
scary. Just being cautious. Sorry if it came across the wrong way. But you're safe now, and so's your friend. Come on, let's go see your boy.
Yeah, boy. Look at this, right? Look at the dude. He's wearing drip. Yes, PS2 and PC, by the way. I was gonna say, it looks like you been a bully, alright. Typical 80s high school guy. It looks like you've been a bully. Ah, looks like you if you had been a bully, you mean. Oh god, okay. That sentence gave me half a stroke, but okay. I got it. I have figured it out, no worries. It's only kids here, nice. Punctuations is important for Sid. Kind of, yes, but
So you've been surviving out there a while, huh?
I am
Yeah.
struggle.
We've been on the road a long time.
Take it you know how to handle yourself? Don't usually see people our age alone out in the wild. I can't imagine what that must have been like.
It's taken its toll. Been making a lot of mistakes lately. You saw the car.
Don't be so hard on
Me
yourself.
with what I had to say,
You
yes.
lived, didn't you?
Struggle, yes, I am struggle. I was too dumb smart to be a bully. Plus, I was a small kid. Isn't everyone? Doo-doo-doo.
It's
that a
good
guy
we
or a
found you
girl?
when we did. It wasn't easy getting you two out of that wreck. Walkers were on the way.
The car, was it totaled?
Yeah,
Fuck.
had to work fast. I don't know what would have happened if we hadn't seen the smoke.
I appreciate it.
All alone with the kid?
Why is
Not a
that?
pleasant thought. I've seen some rough scenes. But that one would have been up there.
Hi.
Don't mind him.
What's his problem?
You're just new.
I just joined back
We
for
haven't
the
seen anything like you.
Oh, I
Ever.
6 feet something, small kid, alright.
What is this place?
Ah, yes, I was
You
5
probably
feet
tell it used to be a
6
school.
in high school. Then you mean?
Now it's whatever we want.
What is
it
this
to be.
MCQ
And
question?
who's
Ah,
in
yes.
charge?
Well,
I was born on the day
I
of
am.
my birthday. Of
probably
course.
sounds strange. Kids run by a kid, but we do all right for ourselves. We've got good walls, good defenses, and good location too. No one really comes out this way anymore.
Huh. Only kids. That
Not
actually
bad.
sounds kind of awesome.
You think so?
Multiple choice
I
questions.
like myself,
MCQ.
but I'm probably a little biased.
Same, can relate.
Wasn't always like this though.
Same,
Used to be
Can
a lot of us,
relate.
but you know how it goes.
multiple choice
I got a system in
question.
place that works well enough.
Yes, struggle.
Allow me to make it formal. Welcome to Erickson's boarding school for troubled youth. You and your boy feels like you both fit that description. It's hard to survive too long these days without being a bit troubled.
You got me and AJ all wrong, Marlon. Couple of pure angels.
Jury's still out on you, but an angel your boy is decidedly not. There's been a little terror since he arrived.
Of course, of course.
Excuse me?
Let's just say he
Bishop
hasn't been
and
happy
Anthony
without
about
you
this.
around. At all.
5 feet 4.
Marlon!
Hick.
We got walkers on the fence!
Alright, Dushmer.
I need to take care of this.
Oh my
No,
god,
really,
that
it's probably
reference.
two grandma walkers and an angry squirrel.
No, no,
Not bigger fish. The kid's inside. Think he's with Lewis.
Lewis?
Oh, right. Just listen for the music. You'll find him. Get a move on, Willie. Where's your damn weapon?
Where's your damn weapon? Is that a girl or a guy? I can't tell, right? Also, what's with this kid and their damn high-grade clothings? Why they dripping so hard? Also, no, my dad missed it. Took him 3 attempts to be on time for a birthday. Dad, forget my birthday. Ah, yes, such a dad. But I can't blame him. He was a workaholic. Never had any misses, no.
Follow
No
the
misses.
music.
I had like very
Check.
mostly decent. Mostly decent. But yes, lately they have been like very involved. They always try to make my birthday nice. Last year my mom forgot my birthday and actually planned to go to Bangalore. And it was my birthday, but that is totally fine, right? Happens. It's alright. It's all good. The thing is, right, I
These look nice.
always don't expect
Even if
anything
they're
because
fake.
that's much easier to live with. Don't expect nothing. It's easier to live with yourself after that. Then you expect nothing from nobody. It is easy to live a life happy. I'm spoiled, so yeah, no complaints.
Little motherfucker!
There we
Hey!
go.
Hey!
Oh,
About
whoa.
time you woke up! Your little boy just bit me! He's
Oh,
lucky I
no.
didn't took a boot to his head. Nearly took a chunk out of me. God, hurts him fierce.
I don't believe you. AJ wouldn't do something like that.
I'm telling you, he would, and he did, and you've got the nerve to say you don't believe me? Screw you.
Whoa, 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 lady, control yourself. Rude. I was revenge. Yes. Again, not complaining. I was revenge. I was revengeance. Ah, yes. Musison.
Clem! You're okay. I was afraid you were.
Glad Clem got back her two. Huh.
I'm okay. And you know what?
Two ponies.
You are.
Yes. Yes. Let's
What?
change topic,
Ticklish.
please. You are welcome. Yes. We will change topic.
But, AJ,
What
listen to
topic,
me. That girl
We
out
are
there
at
says
the
you
low
bit
pace
her.
of the
Is that
full
true?
stream. What do you mean?
You can't be doing that, kiddo. These people helped us.
I didn't mean to. She snuck up on me.
Still, no more bites.
No more bites.
Zumba.
You're not dead. That's good. Watch your kid for you.
My name is AJ.
Tripping.
Excuse me. I watched AJ for you.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
No problem. Well, not no
Apocalypse.
problem. He was a bit of a handful,
Bites.
but I
This
got
is
off
a low
light
point of the
compared to what
stream.
Ruby went
Usually,
through.
right?
AJ
No,
doesn't like
it goes
people
high
coming up
note,
behind
low
him.
note, then very low note.
Don't ever
Sometimes.
do it.
Sometimes it goes very high note in the end.
Loud
Can't
and
say
clear,
that.
little man.
In the zombie
Thankfully,
apocalypse?
I was here to calm him down with my alluring music.
Why
I'm
is it
Louis.
a bit off tune?
Clementine.
Oh, yeah. Totally forgot. Marlon left your bag in here somewhere.
Don't worry, I've got it.
Low note sounds like my streams. I mean, you can't be high all the time. I know. In a lot of sense, yes, don't. And yes, can't be always on the high note. Gotta chill. See, at least I can stop continuously switching clothes now. I can wait for a while.
Does he know what that is?
It's dirty.
Clean it.
Maybe later. Back you go.
Where it belongs.
Dude, that can't be a good idea. That thing's
Yes.
bigger than him. Is it actually
Not
loaded?
even
Yes.
mid note. What do you mean?
Oh, good.
You guys are getting notes?
He's earned my trust with it.
He's a tot.
Yeah, a tot who can shoot.
You guys do your thing, I guess.
I'm getting notes, yes. Me taking notes
don't
all the
know
time
any
someone
others?
says anything.
Well, there is one. But you're armed. Oh, my darling. Oh, my darling. Oh, my darling Clementine. You are lost and gone forever.
Can you play something else?
Dreadful sorry, Clementine.
Man started flex.
What do you
Ain't
think,
anything
AJ?
I can do till I get a PC. Maybe,
I don't know.
maybe not.
It's loud.
It is.
Are you making
Not
fun of
always.
me?
Come
Alright.
press this key.
You can't do much with
Come on.
console streaming.
This one right here.
Go ahead, AJ. Press it.
I shouldn't have said anything when you were singing that song.
Now press this one.
That one note gave me a song in my
And
mind.
this one.
What?
You're a natural.
Yeah, fun,
Hey.
AJ.
You seen Rosie?
Who the Rosie?
Nope.
Who Rosie be?
Got a bit of a situation out there. Hate to ask you just coming to and all, but could really use a hand. You up for taking out a
Sure.
few deadheads?
I don't mind. Sure.
You
The hell
too,
does.
Louis.
Why not, right?
Get your ass in
Why
gear.
not?
Fine.
Can't do much with any streaming. I mean, you're Dubai, no? I don't think you can stream NES VPN would be like,
Rosie!
too much work.
Where the hell is she?
Who is Rosie?
You give her weapon back? Good. We're gonna need you to put it to use. We've got a hunting party out there trying to get back inside. Need our help to clear the
And
way.
stream, but time.
Seems to
Oh
be a few more
yeah,
than
that
usual
also
these
is the
last
thing.
couple days.
It's almost like something
So
drew their
much
attention.
time is
Something
required.
Like, I don't know, an explosion or a car crash.
Bye.
Also, as a
What?
female, I don't think I'd like
Just
it.
saying. There's got to be some explanation.
Look, I didn't know any of that was gonna happen. Sorry if it caused you guys problems.
Hey, thank you so much for the sauce. Too great. Alright, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Let's go. 2 more, right? 2 more clothing, yes, of course.
Rachel
Right, I
11
got 2.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Dak Thrain Man.
This would be my struggle cloth. This would be my struggle cloth because this would have been nice to wear before, right? This would have been nice to wear before all this, but I shall try my best. I might be a bit too chong for this. Oh yeah, full screen, right? Right. I might be a bit too much chong for this, for sure, but I shall try. Okay, I shall try. This will get me like down bunch of sizes though. There we go. Oh yeah, no, I wore this because why not? I like my camos. I actually used to love wearing cargo pants, but now I don't have any cargo pants left. All I wear are 3/4. Now it is for my one of my favorite dress. My favorite pull sleeves, my bad, not a dress. My bad, yes. I am full screen, yes, of course. There we go. This be my full sleeves sharp, yes. Not dress, of course, not dress. Yes, finally. Getting another one after this is gonna be the pain, right? But this is fine. It looks like I am just big. I am big boy. If I go upstairs, like, I'll legit be asked, how did you get big in like 2 days? 2 minutes you have grown big. How the hell did you grow big in like 2 hours? What did you do? Ah yes. This is the one I wore like last time I was out. I mean, I wore a lot of clothes last time when I was out, but yes. This, the anime one, of course. Look at this. I like this, right? I like this a lot. This and this. I don't think there's anything in the back, no. Next is gonna be jackets. You look healthier, is what you would hear. What do you mean? I don't look malnourished. I look like I'm armored up for defense, for a fight. Okay, I look like I'm armored up and I'm a bitch. Shirts next, you know. Shirts would tear apart. What do you mean someone beat him up? Excuse me.
Hello, Clementine.
Okay,
I'm Violet.
I'm a bitch.
Nice to meet you.
What he said.
All right, boys and girls, they're starting to fill in.
Come on.
Boys and girls, this starts balloon. What did
Don't
you say?
mind
I missed
Violet.
it.
She,
Oh, right.
grows on you.
My bad. I forgot screen. Nice. So we don't waste the padding.
I promise.
I shall do the honors. So do you mean?
Oh, this? It's a chair
Bullock.
leg. I call it Cheryl's.
Charles, yes. Redeems workout in these. No. The burns. No.
Clem, let me help. I need you to watch my back. Call out from inside if you see anything. Cool?
Okay.
See you on the other
Can't
side.
risk it, right? Can't risk the child. Chill day. Can't risk the chill day. Oh, wow.
Nice work, Clementine. Good Follow me!
Finesse? What I was thinking. You'd also stretch the collars. I know, right? Ah, yes, fight music. Chippy chippy chappa chappa. Yes. Yes, best fight music I can think of.
And that's how you school a walker. There's
Such
a whole
a
bunch
waste.
of traps laying around this area for these asshats. They're all marked, so keep a lookout.
Isn't that too much waste of resource though? The ropes and stuff.
Looks like they made it back in one piece. Come on, meet him halfway.
One Piece. Do-do-do-do-do. You tell me they are ineffective, they are very lucky. I don't see the point of them at all, by the way.
Go! Over here!
Nice timing. We're not gonna be able to hold them off much longer.
No kidding.
What are those pigs?
We can talk when we're back
Rabbits?
inside the gates. Keep an eye out for stragglers.
Are those rabbits?
You know, you're not half bad considering the circumstances and all.
Thanks.
What is this rudeness?
Let's finish these guys off. We don't need them attracting more walkers back to the school.
No. I mean, oh no. So much for me clipping that.
Piece of shit.
Cute twitch. Alright then.
I hate this cleanup bullshit.
Oh boy. Princess is here.
Good girl. Shh, shh, hey. It's alright, girl, it's alright. Hey, see you and Rosie are making friends.
Ah yes, Rosie.
Had a bad experience with the dog once.
Well, Rosie here can help you get over it. She's as cuddly as they come.
Ah yes, of course.
Except when she's mauling walkers, that is.
Got the dog in me. But also, wanna see a zombie turn
That walker came
a
out
rabbit.
of nowhere.
Alright, fun's over. Let's get inside.
Rabbit turn into a zombie?
Starving.
Rosie cute,
You're not
yes.
the only one.
How'd it go out there?
How do you think it went?
Be nice, Asim.
Safe stone's nearly dry. I could barely find enough for tonight. We're gonna have to scout out further if we want food for the winter.
We'll talk about it later.
Bullshit. We should talk about this right now.
I said later,
Yes,
damn it.
zombie rabbits. She don't bite.
Still standing, I see.
No.
I'd call that a B+ performance there, Vi. You've done better.
Fuck off.
Oh, they are hairs. Yes.
B- then. Now, Clem here. That was a solid A. A+ even.
Okay.
Don't be jealous, Vi. Be better.
You did a good job out there too, Lewis.
You're too kind. And accurate.
You're falling right into his trap, you know.
Trap schmap. She's just speaking the God's honest.
So am I.
Why is she mad? Whose head bandage? It's inside the cap, I think. Should be, right? Only accurate. Only makes sense. Yeah, I must. Where do I get my more clothes from if I have to? Do you think I have reached 10 layers of clothes? Let me do the counting in the end. 1, 2. Let me remove this in the end. 3, 4, 5, 6. I might have 7.
They're pretty good
8,
with the monsters.
9.
Come on, y'all.
Yeah, I'm on 10 clothes.
AJ!
Okay.
I'm so sorry about that. It happens sometimes.
Why did
Jumpy
yes,
little
why
guy.
would
You gonna be okay?
I mean it was inside, she just wore the cap on top of that.
He can't go around punching people in the... No one expect him to eat at the same table.
I'll talk to him.
He's just being
Hey,
defensive. Yes.
What are you looking at?
what's that bird doing? That's gross. He should stop.
That bird's a crow. In school, they told us they're called scavengers. Can you say that?
Scavengers.
No.
Scavengers.
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 Yes. Why am I trying to say it like a little
What
child?
you mean?
Why am I
It means
struggling?
they
Excuse
don't
me.
hunt like us. They just eat stuff that's already dead.
Scavengers, yes.
Scavengers are gross.
Teaching seemed
Oh,
to
yeah.
be like, no, Avengers, yes. Avengers.
I didn't mean to hit him. I didn't know that it was Marvin.
Marlin.
Right.
AJ, I'm sure they'll forgive you, but we should go talk to them.
Yes,
But-
scavengers.
But I don't think they like me. I can just tell.
Just don't punch them. They just don't know.
They
it.
don't.
Well, let's try not hitting them for a start, or biting.
He snuck up on me.
AJ, listen. We haven't eaten for days. The car is gone. All that's outside these walls are walkers. Do you really want to go back out there?
Bristles.
No.
What do you mean, relic?
So
Relic
we
of
should
the past.
apologize
What do you
to
mean the
Marlon.
good stuff? Excuse
Right
me.
now?
Well, we can work up to it. Let's talk to the other kids first.
Let's talk to the other kids first. Yes, rip vehicle. The vehicle was good, right? Help AJ make friends. How many chapters are there in this? Relic. Relics.
There's that girl, I bet.
Yeah, want to talk to her?
You mean say I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yes.
Apologize.
She's
Apology.
scary and always seems so mad.
You never know. You
can
never
do it.
know.
You just
Don't judge a book
gotta-
by its cover. I look mad outside.
Tell her why you did it.
Because of my thing?
Yup, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Just be honest.
Okay. Because of his thing. Not the word I expected. Hey, yo, I know,
Yes.
right?
I'm sorry I bit you sometimes. When I get scared, I do that, but I don't mean to. I just get scared, and I'm sorry, and I hope your finger is okay.
Oh, Shug, it's all right. We can all get a little crazy when we get scared. Thank
What
you for
thing?
your
I
honesty.
know, right?
And your apology.
I did it.
You sure did.
Being honest helps. Always. Pani. Hold up, I'll get to the water.
Hey,
Why he mad?
Hey, you're new.
Oh, the bone knife!
I
Holy
am.
fuck!
I'm carving a weapon.
yeah, I can see that.
You're good at that.
You like that, huh, little dude? Want to see something cool?
I want to see.
I'm about to whip somebody's ass.
Fuck up some monsters.
Oh, I'm about to whip somebody's ass.
Sorry.
Oh, if you don't leave me alone, you're gonna have to send me home. 'Cause I'm about to whip somebody's ass.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Clem, AJ, this
Oh,
is
you didn't know
Omar.
about this redeem?
Excuse me. Chef
Ah.
Omar.
Hello, and no, it's not ready yet.
Omar's a perfectionist. The slightest flavor out of place and he's grumpy
Huh?
for a week.
Huh?
You can eat or you can eat right.
Huh?
All it'll cost
The
you is a
struggle
little
cat,
patience.
yes.
I'll let you guys know when we're done.
It do be a struggle, wouldn't it? Isn't it? Oh.
Hello?
Doesn't want to talk, does he?
Hello?
Oh, hey. It's you two.
Clementine,
Clementine, right?
Neither
Yep.
does Sil.
A
I don't
sim,
know.
right?
Half
What
the
are
shit
you
that goes on
writing?
here.
What happened today?
Same.
I chronicle
It's my
everything.
stream, but same.
Like
Not part of the corners
diary?
that lead to this stuff.
I try to think of it more like a history.
I have no clue, right?
Those who do not learn from the past and all that.
You
I have
seem
no clue. Half of
really
the
mad
thing.
at Marlon
I
back there.
added stuff
He
to
keeps
my
going
stream
back
and
to
I have
save
no
some.
clue about it.
We have fewer and fewer places to hunt, which means we're gonna have fewer and fewer things to eat.
The new girl went and helped the hunting party come back. She...
Hey, zip it! That is not yours to read, kid. Give it back.
It was just sitting there.
So?
AJ, give it back to him.
Okay.
Thank you. This thing is the
that's
only place I
personal
get
diary.
any real privacy around here. Gotta preserve what I can, you know?
Yeah.
I gotta finish this
Secret
before dinner.
convo. Let's
Not
have
to
convo?
be, like, rude,
Secret
but,
convos?
you know. Bye.
Conversations? You guys have conversations? Words? You and my struggle with English. Words? Conversations? Oh yeah, who this? Who this to?
Hey, guys.
I was supposed to add something to stream today.
What is this?
Just couldn't figure
Our
it out.
graveyard. You guys still do that?
Kinda, sorta.
So, who's
We are
buried here?
oblivious even if you are in
Nobody
the middle
really.
of I
This
know.
is where we buried
Hey,
Tennys's
no
belongings.
pulling out my
Minnie and
personal
Sophie.
life. Excuse
Twins.
me.
Lost in both about a year
Don't
ago.
talk about yesterday after stream stuff. What do you mean? I didn't hear what you're saying about
Paying
One Piece
respects.
and My Hero Academia. What?
Should we do that too? Maybe?
Yeah, I think that'd be a very nice thing to do, AJ. Come on.
What was that? Yeah. No! I am sorry. I could have. I probably. Was,
Thank you.
I am sorry. I was not in the conversation. What do you mean? I was focusing
Clem,
mostly.
Yeah?
I'm ready
What do you mean, your lady?
to talk to Marlon.
Okay.
Punches someone in the balls, but nothing else. Sorry. Oh fuck. Right. Apparently, I'm supposed to call my brother after today's stream for something. I don't know. I must check.
Clementine,
it as well.
right? I'm Brody.
Anywho's
He's a
excluded from the
sweet
corner
little
even
fella.
though he is monologuing.
Could
What
be
do you
carrying a lot of room for
mean?
sweetness still out there.
I'm the lucky one. He's just naturally good.
Naturally good. That's rare stuff.
Apologize, child.
I'm really sorry I hit you. Can we please stay here and eat dinner and not go out into the forest and get killed by monsters?
Monsters.
Well, don't sweat it, buddy. You can make it up to me by teaching me your technique. You are a regular heavyweight.
Hey, Clem! AJ! Stew's done!
Stew.
Guys earned your supper
Look
after all.
at that dog. God damn. Wait, we could have starved if I hadn't had a proper conversation with everyone. Yeah, damn. All right. Okay, that was scary. How dogs so beefy? It'd be eating the dead, all right, for sure.
Ladies
For
and
sure.
gentlemen, dinner is served.
Thanks.
Why he flexing so
Can't
much?
remember the last time we had a hot meal. This is really good.
I am hungry now.
Come on.
Where are your manners, AJ?
Good night.
Good night. Clem.
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sure they shared as much as they could.
Bro, looks like his name.
AJ,
said.
heads up.
What?
I'm full, kiddo. You can have the rest.
Oh
You
yeah.
sure?
You bet.
Rotisserie? Alright.
I'm all done.
Did you eat it already?
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Now what?
I'll tell you what. Time for something very important.
Oh,
Carrots.
God. Good night.
Violet, it's time.
What's the game tonight, Lou?
War.
Okay.
The oldest game around.
The dog?
A game
Ah,
played by
the
man
dog.
and beast alike. The only game there is.
Sounds fun. How do we play?
What's
It's easy. Everyone gets a stack of cards. Everyone flips one over. Highest card wins.
And the winner gets to
Thank
ask
you.
Clem
Never
a
mind.
question.
Thank you, Sil.
What?
The
I want to
dog?
get to know you.
The dog.
We all do.
The dog.
And
Yes.
what if I win?
Then you get to ask us one. It's only fair.
Oh, wait, what about AJ?
What about him? Looks like he's made a friend.
Oh, you made friend with the child.
Come on. You can take your eyes off him for one card game. Bet you both could use a break from each other.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
This is his first time around anyone his own age. Sometimes he acts more like an adult than a kid.
I mean, given the
It's
circumstances,
nice to
I
see
can
him act like a little
understand.
boy again.
See, AJ's shirt has
Wood?
bullet holes in them. What's the rules?
Way to go, me.
Okay.
So, about AJ.
Mm-hmm.
Where are AJ's parents? You two don't really look related, so... What happened there?
They're dead. They were nice people,
Okay.
for the most part.
I remember Heavy
Makes
Air
sense.
saying it.
He's a nice kid.
Saying
For
what?
the most part.
You act more like a kid than an adult. You know, you understand. What do you mean I act more like a kid than an adult? Are you telling me I am actually an adult? Supposed to be an
Hey,
adult?
I win.
Hey, you do. So, what do you want to know?
But anyone famous?
Worst injury you ever saw.
I saw Walker get hit in the head so
Pushed
hard both his
adult
eyeballs
my
flew
way
out.
through life?
Pretty cool.
What do you
I saw
mean?
someone have their intestines pulled all the way out. Like, all the way. It goes on for a while. We got a lot of guts.
You got pocket aces?
Booyah!
Booyakasha.
Come on, spit it out.
Clementine, do you like someone?
Ever,
Oh
ever
my
had
god.
a boyfriend?
Oh my god.
What?
Same
it
reaction.
happened. Perfectly valid question. You can ask me if I've ever had a girlfriend. I haven't, by the way.
I met a boy one time,
And?
and we were friends.
Just friends.
Yeah.
Nothing else? Nothing at all?
Yeah, just that. Just friends.
Okay.
Your
I
best.
win.
And
So-
you guys are adults?
Clem. You can't have been alone this entire time. Who used to take care of you? Family? Anyone?
The first person who taught me about survival was Lee.
What'd he teach you?
Lots of stuff.
Most important thing?
Keep your hair short.
How to shoot a gun.
Useful stuff.
You very
I
useful
taught AJ
stuff.
the same way,
Wait,
too.
Gabe? Yeah, Gabe. It just... Then why bring it up? I don't know.
I win again.
You do indeed.
Wish I knew.
Ask
Wish I
away.
knew why. Topi, yes.
Okay, what's the grossest thing you've ever eaten?
It's pretty easy. Horse eyeballs.
Slugs.
Cantaloupe.
Come on.
Dude, I fucking hate cantaloupe.
Okay.
I ate a guy's leg once.
Huh?
I'm kidding.
Are you?
Yes. Well, okay then. A crush on each other.
Victory
Don't
Violet.
recall anything happening outside
Here's
of
something
that.
I love to ask when
So
I'm
don't
in
like
groups.
cantaloupes. No clue what
Out of the four of us, who do you think is gonna die first?
the fuck.
That is fucked up.
Oh, I know.
Louis,
I don't know.
definitely.
Definitely.
Definitely. Definitely. What? I'd have said the same.
Oh, me said yes. Me, yes, I can see that happening. Yes.
I am the greatest card player of all time.
Just ask your damn question.
Ever? Actually, never mind.
What? Ask it.
It's not a fun question.
Ask.
Ever had to kill someone you loved?
Yes. Yes.
Louis. Hey, she wanted me to ask.
Lee. His name was Lee. It was the same day I found out my parents were dead.
That sounds like a rough day.
Yeah. Worst day of my life.
Make sure she remembers it. Just like every
I think
other
I'm
movie.
done playing for tonight.
Yeah, it's probably for the best. You wanted me to ask.
I like how they side eye him like,
Let's
you
go, AJ.
fuck. Sad AF, yes.
Good night.
Night, AJ.
Good night, AJ. Hey, yo, good night, bruh.
Long day, huh?
Yep.
Long day indeed.
Real long.
I hope you know Louis didn't mean any harm there. He's just the world's biggest dumbass. Yeah, he's my best friend, so I can legally call him that.
Yes. I like how you guys call me a
Relax.
dumbass. You can legally
sleep.
do that. Did you know that?
For a night. In the morning, come find me. We can talk about making this long term.
We can stay.
About the first season.
We can talk about it.
Because, yeah, first season game because of Lee's death. See, I would have had that trouble with a lot of stuff if it wasn't for my when I initially lost something that I really loved. After that, I was like, I've kind of gone numb to like feeling sad mostly. So I'm like, I might think it, but no one called you that. Understandable. Random question: do you have another anime shirt?
That
I
looks
mean,
like a...
yes, I can pull off jackets. I have two jackets that I can pull up. One is Minato, the other one is what's his name? Zoro. Yeah, I have two. I have two jackets that I can pull off. Other than that, I'm not sure. I'll have to go check it out. Maybe not. I don't know. I have two though. I can think of two. There might be one or two that I might be missing. If required, I'll go and mess
does.
everything up to see if I can find it. Dumbass. Calls you a dumbass. Yet. Of course.
This box has so many colors.
Colors. Pull on a black shawl. Call yourself
Well,
Rio.
must have
No.
been an artist living
Means
in
multiple
here.
things. Take
What's
your
an artist?
pick.
It's
Yes.
like a person who colors a lot, draws, does
Drawing.
pictures.
You mean like tin?
Yeah,
Tin?
like 10.
Huh. I like
Who
to do
is
pictures
10?
too.
Good.
Oh, shit. I didn't know Marlon set you up in this room.
What happened?
I just wanted to grab something from the closet. Where the hell is it? Oh,
What?
that's what I was looking for. It belonged to Sophie.
Sophie?
Ten's sister. He was asking for more art supplies and stuff, so I was going to.
Oh, sorry, we didn't know.
No, it's fine. Don't worry
Rough.
about it. Honestly, it's just been sitting here for the past year and no one's touched it. If AJ wants to play with it, it's fine.
You should probably give the box back. It doesn't belong to us.
Thanks, buddy. It's just that Ten wanted it since it was his sister's and all.
It's okay.
And we'll appreciate that. I mean, yeah,
You can finish your drawing, though. I don't mind.
good. The thing is, right, when it's a memorabilia or
I see you're
something for memory, you
settling in.
don't want to ruin it. Giving it back
Yeah,
is a good idea.
is that okay?
Sure, I guess. I always liked this room. Sophie had, like, paintings and shit on the walls. Lots
Yeah,
of
shit
color.
on the walls?
And
Damn.
Minerva. She was really musical.
Minerva.
Not like Louis, though. She had
actual talent. Yes. What happened?
She had the most amazing voice. Real bluesy. Marlon always joked that he would scavenge a guitar and the two of them would tour the country.
That's what I'm talking about.
That
Right?
was a
I was
long
like,
time
no
ago.
shot, right? Shit, no
After
actual
they-
shit.
Afterwards, Brody and Ted took down all the paintings, and that was the end of it.
I hate when people touch
Shouldn't have even brought it
stuff
up.
of yours that they
It's not a good memory.
think is trash, especially
Guess I
when
just
they
lost
throw
my
away.
train of thought.
I know, but that's what it is.
Most of us that are still around. A lot of times, we have more bad memories than good.
Ain't that the truth?
She be getting
What exactly happened to
on
them?
Minerva.
Sophie
Yes.
and Minerva.
They went scavenging with
Minerva,
Marlon and Brody
yes.
out past the safe zone. Didn't make it back.
Past the safe zone.
It happens.
Shit happens, yes. Touching without permission is a bad
Honestly, I
manners.
just miss having someone around to talk to.
I mean,
There's just so
yeah,
many
true.
dudes. This place can get
In
a
all
little
sense,
too
yes.
bro-town for my liking sometimes.
Consent.
And I'm not exactly like a people person, you know? I know I sometimes have a habit of being a little bit too harsh.
Yeah, me too. First impressions aren't exactly my strong suit either.
Oh, right.
Hey, Clem, I'm an artist now.
Not bad, kiddo.
Kenny died? Oh yeah, Kenny died a long time ago, guys. Weird that I didn't
I should be
find
getting back.
Kenny's death sad.
Thanks again for the box.
He had already
pretty
gone
cool, AJ.
almost senile at that point, so yeah. I couldn't help it.
See ya.
Yeah, see ya.
Did I fuck up Violet so bad? My bad.
Okay, Alvin Jr., time for bed.
Alvin
Okay.
Jr.
Here.
For Clem.
For me?
For the wall. To make our home look nice.
From AJ, yes.
That's a good idea, AJ.
He tried really hard. Very nice.
How about here?
Can be found in the world to decorate your room. Oh, I was relieved that he
AJ?
died. At least he's with his family now, so yeah, true. Oh yeah. Oh, why is he sleeping under?
Hey there. What are you doing?
This is where I'm gonna sleep.
What? No, it's not.
It's safe under here. No one can get me.
You're gonna get cold down there. The bed's a lot warmer.
What about the door? What if someone comes in? What if they try to hurt us? What if they steal our stuff?
That door is really sturdy. Trust me. I tried to get out
Must be
earlier
a good
today.
friend.
It wasn't
AJ
easy.
gone, lol. She trying, not gonna lie.
I don't know.
Brethren.
If I stay here, no one can find me, and I can keep guard
AJ
and
gone,
watch
lol.
over you. I can protect us.
Hey, what's gotten into you?
Please, Clem. It's not so bad down here. I'll be okay. I promise.
Which one do I go for? Mm,
Okay, okay. You can sleep under the bed. Here, for your head. Let me know if you get cold.
I will.
Okay. Good night,
let
AJ.
him sleep under. If he must do it, he must
Clem?
do it. It's alright.
Yeah?
I'm glad we're not sleeping in the car anymore.
Could have slept in the bed as well, but no.
Yeah. Me too.
Ah yes, kick W spam. Very nice. Very, very nice. Understandably nice. Thus disproving its earlier statement, being honest doesn't always help. When did I say being honest doesn't help? What do you mean?
He's gonna let us stay, right?
I guess we're gonna find
I
out.
knew it.
Let's find his office.
What do you
I
mean
know
I
where it
knew
is.
it?
I'll show you.
Who's the officer over
Up here. Come on, Clem, this way.
Imagine Lee's alive.
Hey, AJ, wait up.
Yes, raffle.
Tin's here.
Oh, that's 10. Okay.
Hey, Clem. Thanks for the pencils. I missed having colors.
Sure thing.
Who are these guys?
They're firefighters.
Firefighters. Raffle.
That one's a policeman. She's gonna save the day.
But what are they?
These were the people who protected us.
Where are
Protected
they?
us. Big money man.
I've never seen one before.
They're still out there. Someday, maybe
Damn,
you'll meet
he's
one.
got a nasty scar
be
on
cool.
his head. Yeah.
Super cool.
He doesn't have basic knowledge. What do you
No,
mean? It's a
give
kid
it
in
to me.
apocalypse. Like
No,
my son.
he's
I
mine
mean.
now.
Hey, give it back.
No,
You don't even know what they are.
Okay, that's enough, you two.
it's not yours anymore. It's mine.
No, it's not.
Fine.
Thanks.
Do you know where Marlon is?
I don't know. He should be around. I can
Be
go find
around.
him.
I need to find
That'd be
him.
nice. Thanks, Ten.
My son doesn't. Boy, shut your bitch ass. Doesn't even know 1, 2, 3. Damn. Isn't he like 39 years old?
Hey, what'd you
Damn.
find?
What do you mean? Neither do I.
It's a
Excuse
picture.
me.
Of Marlon and Lewis.
I know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
They're
7,
so
8, 9,
little.
10. 11,
Wow,
12, 13, 14,
they've
15,
known each
16,
other a
17,
long
20.
time, huh? Marlon?
Oh.
Stay back.
Rose.
Whoa, what the hell's going on? Hey, it's okay, dude. There you go. You said dogs brought back bad memories. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were so scared of them.
I mean,
But I swear, Rosie's not as
Oh, my
frightening as she
son.
seems.
Dum dum. What do you mean, dum dum?
Sit, girl. See? She's harmless. She just needs to get to know you is all. Here, I'll show you. Do you trust me? Rosie, shh.
Okay, I guess.
Get down on her level. Let her get your scent. It's okay. She's not gonna hurt you. There you go. Now whistle and tell her to lie down.
Lie down, Rosie.
Oh, nice. Dog bite my dress, sons. It's gonna be a wild statement. I had a cow bite my hand once. Not as frightening as she seems. No, I shall not believe that statement. No. I think this was in a continuous line. I had a cow bite my hand once, and once, excuse me, that damn it, no, an actual cow, and I did burst a cracker in my hand, like while holding it like this, I burst a cracker in my hand. No, I did not throw the light away thinking that it was the cracker. No, I did just burst a cracker in my hand. That's all. I did do this. Poof, goes away. I did not cartoon myself. Excuse me. No, that's not what happened.
So cool.
See? Not so hard.
I'm just saying.
That
Oh yes, thank you so much for the sub. I shall now go get my hoodies. The anime ones. That's all.
Dance, dance to
I don't know how to
Breakel11 gifted a tier 1 sub to Slay Queens.
is a return. And I is gonna struggle with this for sure. Oh no. I am gonna assume it was only one, right? It was only one, right? Okay, it was only one, thank God. I got scared. I thought Slay came back and subscribed as well. I was gonna struggle. Okay, here's the thing, right? I like this hoodie, okay. But it's small. It's small. It's gonna. I don't know if I can wear this. I know that I can wear the next one somehow. Wear two shirts open. I can, right? I can. I can go tanks as well, but I was asked for anime stuff, so yes. Would be a shame if someone gifted 10 subs. Brethren, I don't even think I have that many clothing left. Yes. Oh my god, distinguished gentleman, big boy. Yes, look at this. Look at this clothing. Oh my god, these are big. I am chunk now. I am chunk. I is chunk. But still, I like this. I like this hoodie though. Gentleman, yes. Look at this distinguished gentleman. And yes, this is one of my favorite hoodies. One Piece one, of course. I will show it off clearly. Oh boy. Look, you wanna hug you. A big chunk, yes. Big bear. It's actually gonna break, right? I am big. But also, you steady. What the fuck you mean? What the fuck do you mean by that? Hug. No, no hugs, you know. Look at this. Look at it. No, look at this. Oh yeah, and I love this part of the. Oh my god, this big boy. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This is my favorite. Oh wait, hold on. See? I know. Wrong hoodie, my bad. There you go. Look at this. What? Master swordsman. He feels so big. Sorry, no offense, but I feel so big, right? I feel so big now. I feel like a big man. Removing this is gonna be a pain though. Hey yo lads, what's up? Also, this looks kind of. I feel so big. Like it feels a no sussifying it, no. But yes, you feel Big Mac. What do you mean, Big Mac? Look at this. Look at this drip. Look at this shirt. Look at this. Oops. Look at this hoodie. I do that. Brethren, stop. I just realized I cannot wear anything else. I could try. Yeah, now I'm gonna have to get my shirts out, right? I'm gonna have to go for my shirts at this point. Because anything else I don't think will fit anymore. I'm gonna try to wear this, but I don't believe I can. Though I must say this is a lot of clothing. Be clear. Zip. I am zipping myself. Oh yes, I am big boy. No. Oh. No. More like 50 minutes of stream left, yes. I'm gonna hit the whole 50, right? Yes. I didn't mean to break this. No. No. No, I need this. Sorry, I cannot zip it. If I zip it, I'm gonna ruin my clothes. So I don't want to do that. No, yeah, I bought this for like what? $5? I just ordered it randomly. I was like, random hoodie. Yes.
Cool.
Now Rosie will recognize you.
Oh, pause. Yes. Yes. $5. Just $5. I am burning, right? I am
She's really well trained.
She
was the headmaster's dog, back when this place was still functional. But when the world went to shit, he bailed.
Yes.
All the
big chunk, yes.
left us behind to fend for ourselves.
Not wearing pants.
Wow.
Okay.
What a dick.
Understatement of the century. Now it's just
Next
us kids
is
left.
gonna be shirts.
And I'd like it if you and AJ were a part of that. Both of you are plenty capable, and we need that. Here. This is the current state of our plan for gathering food.
Ooh.
We are starting to run short. It's getting harder and
This is
harder
the
to feed
last
everyone in
season,
this
right?
school.
So either they're gonna settle down or find a solution for zombie, or they're gonna, I must say, they're gonna die.
That's the train station. There was a whole stash of food under the floorboards.
Oh, where you crashed your car. Pretty sure that place is a lost cause. There's a hell of a lot of smoke coming from it when we found you two. Walkers flooded in there after all the noise you made.
Oops, my bad. So hot.
What's out here?
Oh, that's where we fish. Got a shack for storage right here. Right along the river. It's secure mostly.
I can
Get the occasional
I
walker or
can
two come
feel
by.
the warmth from inside.
Fine,
this
Brody
shirt.
should be heading out there.
Oh, by the way, I'm pulling everything, right? I can feel the warmth. I am hot. Not in that
That's the
sense.
only road that leads in
I
and out
am
of
saying
Erickson.
hot in the sense.
If you go
I
off
am
it,
burning,
you'll
yes.
eventually end up in the valley. We used to have signs that led people to the school, but I took them down.
Overcooked.
Wanted this place to
Yes.
be hard to find.
Very accurate description, yes.
What's the trap area?
That's
The
what
hunting
we thought.
grounds, more or less. Lewis built some traps out there to catch game. He and Sam are set to go check them today.
Something
I didn't realize how much forest surrounds this place.
It's how we've kept ourselves
No.
from unwanted attention for
I
so
am
long.
warm. Okay, fine.
Oh,
If you prefer that, I will call myself warm then. Okay.
The greenhouse.
oh yeah. Well, don't get too excited about that one. We used to maintain it real well. Had plenty of vegetables growing.
Then what
But
happened?
it became overgrown. Upkeep was impossible. Yeah, we keep away from that now.
Huh, interesting.
One more thing. See these red lines?
Yeah.
So everything inside is the safe zone. It's been getting smaller over the years, and food's become more
I'm so
scarce.
sleepy.
So, why not go
Understandable.
outside it?
Ah. Guess you were busy
Whenever
with the
someone
work.
goes
You're
outside the
exhausted
safe
for the
zone,
day, I
bad
don't
shit
know.
happens.
Likely, right?
People die or
Exhausted day.
disappear. I just
Very sleepy happens.
I could really use the help, Clementine. Taking care of these kids, it's not easy. I'm worried that if I don't figure something out, if I don't fix our food situation, I can't lose anyone else. We've already lost so
Because
much.
of chai.
Friends,
Isn't
siblings,
chai supposed to keep you awake?
let another kid die. It could break us.
I get it. I know how it feels to lose a friend.
Yeah. Well, multiply that by 30 and you'll know how I feel.
What?
Ha. Shit. Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come off like a dick. Everyone's counting on me to step up. Be the leader they need me to be. I really want to be that for
makes
them.
sense.
You and AJ are two
Oh
more
yeah,
mouths
if I
to
eat
feed.
too much, yeah,
Maybe
I get very sleepy
You
as
can
well.
help me feed the rest.
Yes.
So what do you need from us?
Ventilation, please, thank you.
Lewis and Asim are heading to the hunting grounds, looking for rabbits. Well, Asim will, anyway. Lewis, just hope he shows up, if I'm really being honest.
Yes, try to fan.
Violet and Brody are going
Try
up
to
river to
fan
do some
what?
spearfishing.
Fan, I need ventilation.
Hopefully, those two get along long
Ventilation
enough to
fan,
get some
yes.
work done. Both
I
teams
just
could
feel
use some
heat.
extra hands.
I am warm. No, not rabbit, airs. Yes.
We're gonna go fishing.
Okay.
Take this. I don't want you getting lost.
Thanks.
Yeah,
We need all hands on deck if we're gonna find any more food.
big place. You
Just
have
remember to stay in
school
the
map.
safe zone. We need you to come back home in one
Still
piece.
is in heat.
So that
No,
means we can stay?
I am no rabbit.
What? Do you think I was gonna throw you out?
It's a chemical in
Maybe.
certain food that helps
Well,
with the release
as
of
long as we got
natural
enough to eat.
melatonin.
Both welcome here.
Interesting. Lot of
Again,
knowledge
AJ.
stuff. Hey, tomato
All right,
me,
let's get going.
wah. It's okay.
See you around.
See you around. Okay, dog. Pets the cat, yes. Need a minute, no. No, I am not in hit place. I am just burn, yes. I should wear like proper clothing, right? Welcome to
You know,
useless
I've been
knowledge
thinking.
facts. It's a
I wish we
useful
could
thing.
all
It's
go on a
always
road trip
useful
together.
to wear
Road trip?
good stuff.
Why bother?
Good
It's not like there's anything worth seeing anymore.
Oh,
big
come
clothing.
on. I'm sure
You see
there's
these guys
plenty of
drip.
stuff to see.
I wanna wear
Maybe
one of these
Clem could
guys
show
drip.
us around. You're able to get a car working, and you know how to drive?
Barely.
Come on, Vi.
That sounds kind of nice. I love the open road. I wouldn't mind showing you around.
Just as long as you're not the one driving.
Okay.
Are we going to the car?
No, bud. It's broken.
No, but it's broken.
I'm sick of the car.
I was talking more about what I said, but okay. And yeah, that too. Yes, that too is. I don't call it useless, right?
I wish
You
this
never
old
know,
rust bucket
right? You
was still
never
working.
know. All
We could just
knowledges
jump
are
in and
useful
start driving.
knowledges.
We could take turns sitting in the back. It'd be like driving one of those cars with the top that goes down.
We'd run out of gas.
Converter,
eventually.
yes.
But still, it's fun to imagine, isn't it?
Imagination 101.
Where would you go, Clem? If you could drive anywhere you wanted. If gas wasn't an issue.
Or a busted carburetor, or flat tires, or the transmission.
Buzzkill.
I'd drive down to the coastline. Maybe park on the beach and go swimming.
That'd be an absolute dream.
You can
You
always
could spend
dream.
every day
Doesn't
in the
matter.
sun.
And die of skin cancer. Fun.
We're all gonna die. I'll take skin cancer over turning
Okay.
into a walker any day.
Why does her voice sound like someone
I've
talking
lived
to
here
a
my
walkie-talkie?
entire life. Heck, I'd say I know every inch of these woods. I'd kind of like to
Maybe,
unknow.
maybe voice
No
modulated.
use dreaming of what could be. We've got shit to do.
You got
Yeah,
shit to do?
I guess we should get to work on those fish. We got spears inside the shack.
Of course.
Come on.
You go ahead. I'll stay out here.
I'm gonna make my friendship with Violet better, but she just wanna be a bitch to me. But okay, then I guess. I guess that is what it is.
Where
I
are
can't
those
believe this.
spears? Hey, about Vi. I'm sorry she's being a little mean. It's my fault.
What happened?
What do you mean?
I was there when those walkers killed Sophie and Minnie. They were really close with Vi, and I think she blames me for what happened to them. I mean,
Maybe.
how do you even apologize for something that fucked up?
You should talk to her about it. I'm sure she'll listen.
Yeah, right. I tried. I have. It just never seems like the right time. We all used to be friends. Guess I just kind of missed that. But when you showed up, I don't know. I just haven't seen her warm up to someone in a long time.
Are you jealous of me? Is that it? Is that jealousy that I hear? What? Hard to
Do you-
talk about. True.
I mean, I hate to ask this of you, but do you think you could talk to her? See how she feels? About me? It's just been eating me up inside.
Sure thing, Brody. I can talk to her.
Really? That's great. Thanks, Clementine.
I'll
I'm gonna
have
go
to
check
talk
our
to her.
fish traps downstream.
Hey, what the hell is taking you two so long?
Chill.
See?
Chillax, lad. Chillax.
I'll take this to Vi. There should be some extras lying around.
Hard to talk about. No, I understand. I understand. I understand. I understand. Understandably so, right? Good reach.
Cool.
Spear.
Ready to get some fish?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
What am I hearing? What?
Shit. Can I join you?
Sure.
Why is she so mad?
Hey, check out these guys over here.
They're swimming against the current.
Guess I don't realize it makes them easier targets. I want to try. Take a spear. Go nuts.
Okay, okay. Do your best, child. Do your best.
Go ahead and try. You're not running. Any luck?
I got something.
Good enough for me.
Looks like a meal.
Hey, sorry if I was weird last night about the whole room thing. Seeing someone else in there, it was harder than I expected. You'd think I'd be less sentimental by now.
Don't sweat it. I'm glad we got to know each other.
Yeah, I guess I am too.
Two for two, baby.
Heads up, guys. The hole's not looking that great.
Yeah, okay. God. Sometimes she just gets on my last nerve, you know?
Yeah, I can tell.
I mean, it's not like I hate her. I just... I wish we could all go on a road trip together. God, she's so...
She definitely thinks you hate her.
I am good. Thank you. 3 for 3.
Looks like they wisened up. Maybe Brody had better luck with the traps.
3 for 3 is good.
I got one! Clem, I got one.
Good job.
You got what, 5 fishes?
I don't know what the problem is between us. With Brody. I don't know why it's like this. Why is it so weird? I can never relax around her. It just keeps getting worse.
Maybe because she never said sorry about Sophie and Minnie and not being able to save them.
She tell you that?
More or less. She wants to talk about it, you know.
I just...
3 plus 1
feel
plus 1,
guilty
5.
about
Yeah,
the whole
total
thing.
5, right.
Why?
I was supposed to be out with the twins that day. I wanted to work in the greenhouse, so I asked Brody to cover for me. But then... I didn't even get to say goodbye.
I mean, you don't expect them to be gone.
I wanted to talk to Brody.
I don't think that's how
to tell her I
it
didn't
works.
blame her for what happened,
So I
but
just
every
see
time
myself,
I
I'm like,
tried, I was
damn.
reminded of who we lost.
Over
It was
rest, but
easier
yes.
to just not talk about it.
But it's better to talk it out.
We should get going.
Thanks so much for the follow, Jumpy. Much
You
appreciated.
guys
Thanks
catch
for the
any
follow,
fish?
Jumpy.
We caught some, but not a lot.
I didn't get anything. We should catch up with Lewis and Asim. See if they had any better luck.
We are having a feast. I got 5 fishes. I don't know what they're talking about. Really?
The Grand Canyon.
What?
That's where I'd go. If we took a road trip, start driving until we hit the Grand Canyon.
Yeah. That would be cool.
That'd definitely be cool.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Hey, Slowpoke's coming?
Yeah. We're right behind you.
When you talk it out, that'll be fine. I don't know, right? The life would be so much fun over there. As complicated as it may look, but I would definitely say it would be fun. Greenhouse needs to be fixed though. It should be a priority fix. The greenhouse. Okay. I think one of these guys would be gone.
Where are those guys?
Practicing making out with a toothless walker.
Gross.
I know. Poor Walker. What the hell?
What? This isn't normal?
Someone sabotaged this. This isn't good.
Asim? Lewis!
Okay.
Spread out.
That's
See
not
if we
good.
can find them.
That panic.
Watch out for monsters.
I called it right. They'd be fine if I went with them. These guys would have been in trouble. These guys would be fine if I
Empty.
went with them. These guys are fine because I went with them and not the other people.
Huh. Is this a Bible page?
Clem, found something.
Oh, this is so not good. Adults? Is that it?
Monster.
Guys, over here!
Well, we didn't kill this one. We wouldn't have
Hmm.
left it hanging in our trap.
What the hell? Found this too. Do any of the kids smoke?
Nope, nothing to smoke.
Who is this unlucky fella?
Where have you been?
Checking nearby traps. The ones that were sprung were all empty. All the rest are broken.
Someone robbed us?
Oh, great. And now we're gonna starve.
Fuck, that's... Fuck. Fuck.
What happened? What happened? What happened? Why is she so panicky?
It's okay, it's... Breathe, Brody, come on. Come on, come on, come on.
You're gonna be fine. It's just a panic attack.
Take a second. Breathe in deep and hold it.
Just shut the fuck up, okay?
Excuse me?
I have to tell Marlon about this.
We
Panic
still
attack?
need food, you know, to live. We definitely don't have enough here.
You guys figure it out.
Why is she so mad about it? Silence is also a valid
I'll
answer.
take this all back to school.
How do I always forget
Maybe we
that?
can ration out something.
So what do we do? Eat rocks?
You can't eat rocks.
I'm aware.
I can't wait.
Will Marlon
Ralph.
kick us out if we don't find food?
Alright, alright,
let's
alright.
not
Have fun,
find
Naomi.
out.
Have fun.
Where else could we look?
Let me think.
Hmm. Let's look
The
for
train
the
station. It's not too far from here.
Maybe, but it's outside the safe zone.
There was food in there when AJ and I passed through. It's worth a look.
It's
sure
definitely
there
worth
was
a
food?
look, yes.
Positive. Yeah, some of it was destroyed in the explosion, but there has to be something left. There was so much there. Or we could starve.
I mean, we have 5 fish and a rabbit. I don't think we'd starve.
Fine. Let's go.
So to say. Adult. Some adult will follow us now? No? Yes, not. Yes, not. Also 5 fish. Come on, mate. 5 fish is a lot. Should be enough. IMO. That'd be small ration for everyone. I mean, how many people were there? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11 plus the dog. So 12 people. Wouldn't be too
There.
much, right?
That's where the food is. A lot more
I am
walkers
hungry.
than
I
last
am
time,
hungry
though.
too.
We're gonna die.
It's either die here or die from hunger. Take your pick. Clem, maybe you should scope things out. You know the place better.
Let
Yes.
me get a closer look.
Of course,
Can't
of
be
course.
too careful.
Nice smoky grilled with lemon. Ah yes. I was fish.
Climb up there.
Now I
Don't
want
know how that
fish.
would get us
Yes.
inside.
6 things wouldn't be enough.
We need to get in there somehow. Maybe there's
don't know,
another way
right?
in.
I mean, if you're eating like a proper full course meal, yes, no, that wouldn't be enough. But I think you
Barely
could
got out
pull
of
it
here.
off,
It was close.
right?
Sounds scary.
I know, make noise
There's a
elsewhere
reason.
and then go. I know, right? Yeah. Pull it off, pull it
That
off.
bell might be able to get the walkers' attention.
They
See?
do
They
like to
pulled it
follow
off.
sound.
You look like you got an idea.
The noise from that bell could draw a lot of walkers. If one of us climbs up there and starts ringing it.
Lewis. I vote Lewis.
Hold on. I'd like to make an alternate suggestion.
What is it?
You're loud, dramatic, a little annoying. You're basically a walking distraction.
Okay, Prince Charming. Let's see those talents in action.
Yes.
I can't
I
say
love
no to a
seafood,
face like
especially
that.
shrimp, octopus too, crayfish.
I'll go with you. Give you some cover.
Fine, I'll do it. But if I die, I'm making sure Walker Lewis eats both of you first.
Okay then.
I'll distract him until I see you guys reach safe cover. Then, I'll try to redirect the smelly patrol to give you guys a chance to sprint inside the building.
When we get into position, I'll signal you. Then you can do your thing.
Good luck!
I haven't had calamari, but not the rubber one. What was that? Mahi Mahi is good. So good. What is Mahi Mahi now? What? Okay, no, never mind. I am very vegetarian. I don't know what you're talking about clearly.
You have no nose. There's a rotten hole over your head. All right, someone get this done. Ready? Nobody? Listen again. Nothing really? One more time.
I can use E as well. Okay. You guys have the discussion, right? That discussion has nothing to do with me, and I can't give any insight on it, so you guys can have fun with that discussion. Clearly, not my conversation.
What is he waiting for? Come on, come on. Fucking this.
Just give him a second.
We may not have a second.
You can't have lightly fried fish fillets. No, I cannot. I do, it's just been a while.
I'll watch the door for
It's been a
walkers.
while.
Okay, AJ and I will sneak in, grab the food, and get out.
Sounds good. Let's make it quick.
Stealth 101, baby, let's go. They're just minding their own business. Let them, right? Nah. Fillet. 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 Yes, fillet.
Yes, these will be perfect.
Clem, look.
Try it out. See if it works.
So much ration space.
Gonna need your help on this one, kiddo. You still got your gun?
Nice.
Just
first.
in case. Just in case.
Knife first. What? It's a running joke at work. Huh. I would have stabby. I'm gonna shoot his butt off.
Good
What
job,
else?
AJ. Is there more? Keep it coming.
Zombie pops up.
Stand. Slowly. Don't yell. Don't try anything. I won't hurt you. I don't have to.
What do you want?
I just want food. Same reason you're here.
Oh, my headphones died. Alright, fine. I'm gonna keep my headphones for charging. Without headphones, right? I won't be hearing any redeems, but yes, I can play the game without headphones, hopefully. So let him take food. What did I miss? He gonna have shoot butt off. Or is it safe to keep him in waistband? The walkers? Bell not tolling? Nothing to rub against the trigger. That guy stop? Not that would fall out easy. No, that would fall out easy. Not necessarily. Thank you so much for the follow, Rex Brown. Alright, fine. Time for me to get finished. Be right back. Getting another hoodie. final hoodie. Turn the shirt time, yes. Alright, completing life, yes, of course. The final hoodie for the day, I hope. I goddamn hope. Anywho, look at this. Look at the size of this thing. What? Yeah, remembering this will be fun, right? I think I'm gonna tear my whole. Look at the size of this hoodie. It's not that small, but it does look small. Because I have way too many hoodies on me, yes. Look at this. Look at this. What even? What even, mate? What even? This ladies hoodie. This is one of my favorite, right? It's what is it? Yeah, yeah. It's Calvin Klein. Actual brand hoodie that I have. Everything else is just random shit at this point. But hey, hoodie done. Also, I have reached max clothing. Yes, thank you. Anyways, I don't think I can wear shirts, right? It has to be hoodies. And I can think of one other hoodie that I have, but I don't think it'll fit whatsoever. So this has to be the last one. I hope this is the last one. Because anything else, no. And I think I'm gonna keep like I'm gonna stop stream in like few minutes. I hope I can like finish one chapter before I call it a stream today. Then I'll just remove my hoodies one by one.
Your friends made a lot of noise out there. Wasn't hard to follow.
Alright. Of course.
You live close by? You knew about this place already and organized some effort to get inside. So you probably also knew the stash was there.
You'll understand if I don't tell you anything.
Wasn't really a question.
Question more like confirmation.
Confirmation.
Okay. Oh, he's the kid of those two parents, I think. Because the eyes do match. Hello, Saidnan. Hello. So, how many reminder minutes to end? 15? Yeah, 15. And I want to remove these hoodies before I call it a stream. So, maybe like 5 more minutes.
You look a little young to be out on your own.
Roughly till the end of this chapter, then I'm going to remove all the hoodies I have.
Count you plus the two outside, I'm thinking maybe more. You got a camp in these here woods?
Sometimes not answering is a better option.
Well, sometimes no answer is good as anything. Now, I'm gonna fill this pack real slow.
We worked hard to get this stuff.
Well, hey there, Squirt.
Yeah, Squirt.
Playing hide and seek, are we?
No, don't shoot. Don't.
Now that's impolite.
No, that's impolite. No.
Don't steal from us.
I'm not stealing. This isn't yours.
This isn't yours.
I can kill you, you know.
I can kill you, No, don't do it. Come on, kid.
I'm faster than you. Listen up, Squirt. You're gonna quit pointing that gun at me and let me go my Mary. You understand? I'm just gonna take a little bit, then I'm leaving. Like it never happened.
AJ, lower the gun.
Clem, he's stealing our food.
Alvin Jr., now!
Wise woman.
Clem, we're running out of time. We need to get out of here.
Don't panic. I was just leaving. Thanks for dinner.
I mean, attacking him would be a bad idea, right? And there's still stuff
Who
left.
in the fuck was that?
Just take a bag and fill it up.
Yeah, we still have stuff left, so that should be fine.
On now!
This is not game.
What happened in there?
Just move. I'll tell you on the way.
I could get my headphones back up and running and listen to the damn story. I could use my speakers, but you'll have loop
You are not
audio.
listening to me. Marlon, listen to me. I am
telling you.
telling you, the place was ransacked.
It's fine.
Fine.
We'll deal with it.
We'll deal with it. Oh. But it's fine. It was fine.
Took y'all a while.
Took you all a
How
while.
poor are they that have not patience?
No patience. Oh boy.
Sam! Mitch!
Still a lot.
Check it out! Food!
That's like a lot of food.
Observant
lot
as
of
ever, Mitch.
Yes.
I can't believe this. Look at it.
You're our savior, Clem.
Like, seriously, it's a lot.
Lewis and Violet helped too.
Neither of them ever brought back this much before.
Neither have you.
Neither have you. Okay then.
Where did you find all this?
The old train station. Clem knew where it was.
Train station. That's
That's
outside the safe zone.
But
We'd have even
it
more,
had to be done.
But we
Excuse
ran
me.
into the creep that fucked up our rabbit traps.
Creep? What creep?
Clem saw him smoking those nasty-ass
Smoke
Bible
those
cigarettes.
nasty
He
ass-
had weird, different colored
he had
eyes.
Weird, different colored eyes. I think she knows something, doesn't she?
Did he follow you?
No, I let him have some food,
Let
and then
him
we
have
lost track of him
food
in a
and then we
swarm
lost
of
track of him.
walkers.
You just let him take our food?
Food?
What the fuck?
Why is she so?
Now he knows we're out here and he'll come back for more.
Here and he'll come back.
What the hell were you thinking?
What did you want me to do?
This is fucked. How could you be so stupid?
It was just one guy trying to eat. We all know what that's like.
You don't know if he was lying. You don't know what people are capable of out there.
Think again.
He's just being a bitch to me. I don't care.
I won't.
What do you mean?
Just not again. Fuck!
What the hell's going on here?
She took them outside the safe zone. They saw someone. You know what that means.
Enough! Just means there's a hungry guy out there looking for food.
Looking for food.
It's happened before.
You're overreacting.
You are overreacting.
You can't be serious.
Come on, let's go somewhere and talk about this.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
If anything happens, I'm holding you responsible.
I'll take responsibility if I have to. It comes down to it. I will take responsibility.
Clem, I know I asked you for help.
Okay.
You did. But
What? What do you want me to do? You
Shit.
rather I had killed him than if you had a group.
nothing's easy.
Sorry I went outside the safe zone. I
Come
didn't
on, no
see
shot.
any other option.
Yeah, I know. It's just hard keeping this together.
True.
Well,
Well, at least we're
eating tonight.
tonight and
The
for the
next
next
few, I wager.
Wager. I mean, yes.
Go
we'll
talk to
to
Brody.
Thanks for the haul, Clem.
Thanks for the
You
haul,
guys
Clem.
should.
You
go
guys
enjoy.
should go enjoy it.
Why are you
You've
so
earned it.
mad about it? Oh boy. Oh boy.
Don't sweat it, Clem.
Don't sweat it, Clem.
Ever since we lost Sophie and Minnie,
Since we lost
Brody's
Sophie and
been
Minnie,
freaked
Brody's
out by anything that happens
Freaking
past
out
the
by
safe
anything
zone.
that happens past the safe zone.
She'll be alright eventually.
She'll be like,
Still, we should make sure this is a one-time thing. We can take Rosie out in the morning, see if she catches a scent.
Rosie out in the morning,
You know,
see if she
just in
catches a
case.
scent. You know, just in case. Yeah,
I'm
fair
gonna
idea.
go
fair
clean
idea.
up.
Go clean up. Alright.
I think I'll go too. See you later.
I'm trying to help and I'm getting
Don't worry about them.
backlashes. Don't worry about
They're
it.
just sad.
Just sad. About what?
Sad.
What?
Why?
Anniversary?
My sister's
My
died
sister
around
died
this time
around
last
this
year.
time last year. Ah.
I think it's starting
I
to
see.
get to people.
At least no consequences. Okay.
Doesn't it get
So
to
you can. You are repeat.
Not
I am.
really.
Oh no, I was repeating because I
Really?
can't hear it. Right, I can't hear it. So I'm just
Dying's not
repeating what I'm
scary.
reading.
I mean, it's sad, but not scary.
Are you kidding me? Dying is the scariest thing there is.
Yeah, true.
When you die, you turn into a monster.
Maybe. All I know is that if Minnie were here, she'd tell them to quit the theatrics.
Theatric. Okay.
I try not to focus on them being gone. I like picturing where they'd be now, instead.
Oh,
Sylvie was
he's
awesome
good
at
at
making
drawing.
stuff. She'd build a place big enough for all of us to live. And paint it too.
Still could be,
And
yes.
Minnie'd be playing whatever new song she wrote. I guess death doesn't scare me because I know I have something waiting on the other side.
Because I know I have
Someplace safe
like it
and
looks
happy.
a nice place.
All of us together.
Looks like a nice place to wind up.
Yeah, I think so too. A lot better than some smelly old school.
True.
Who are those guys?
Who are those guys?
The walkers who killed them.
You want them there too?
They weren't always walkers.
They aren't always walkers.
Wherever this place is, everyone gets to be a person again. Sometimes I draw the walkers the way they probably looked. Sometimes I draw Minnie and Sophie the way they probably left them. But sometimes I draw this too.
Can I be there?
Sure.
I like Clem's expression. Like,
You want to be there too? I promise I'll draw you well.
Sure, why not?
Oh,
yes.
I almost
That
forgot.
looks nice. That's a very nice design. Ah yeah, the smiley face.
Here you go.
It's yours.
Yours.
It's ours.
Ours. Ten's got some real talent.
It's getting late.
It's getting late.
Yeah.
How
You
have
guys
I
should
not
get some
finished
sleep.
even a single chapter?
Aren't you coming?
Not yet. I want to finish this first.
Okay.
Good night.
Other
See you tomorrow.
thousands of voices in my head. I hear voices in my head. They talk to me. They understand. They talk to me. Yes. I am clothing now. I am removing clothing now. RKO. How am I not done with a single chapter? Homie, how big is this game? Am I gonna get a pause
Time for
after
bed, little
completing a
guy.
chapter in this?
Can I stay up?
Can I stay up?
Nope.
Nope.
2 more minutes.
2 more minutes.
Tell you what, you lay down,
Tell you what.
and then we'll see.
You lay down, then we'll see. Oh, he went on the bed.
You got in bed
Okay.
by
You're
yourself.
in bed by yourself.
I like it here.
I like it here. He's
I got
being.
to kill fish.
You look like you stream
Violet
from
looked like
some
she was
cold
having a good
country.
time.
I know. And I look big.
It's nice not driving everywhere or
It's
running
nice.
away.
Not driving every day, running away.
But the ranch was nice too.
The ranch was nice too.
Before the blood.
Before the blood.
This isn't the ranch.
The ranch. Hey yo! Yep. When you're ready to wrap up stream, you take off one shirt at a time. Showcase the shirt design right after. Take one off. And ball it up and dunk. Dunk on the ground. You know what? I wish I had like a basketball ring, right? I would have dunked
Do
it
you
over
like
there.
it?
Well, nice. As
I
long
like
as I
it.
can get this chapter done.
Now
yes.
that I'm used to it. There's games and the walls make it feel safe.
I do.
He will remember that. I
really
know.
do.
Yes.
It's good to
Interesting,
feel safe
yes.
somewhere.
Yeah, definitely, right. Definitely we're doing the best. You know what? I'm gonna do it
Clem.
for one better, right? I'm gonna
Yeah?
You let that
zoom
mean
out
man
my
go
cam.
at the station.
I'm gonna
Let
take
him
my
take
chair.
food
I'm
from
gonna
us.
start basketballing it from one side of the room
wasn't
to
right.
the other. Easy. What wasn't right?
I
What
didn't
did
like
miss?
it. Don't be mad at me for saying that though.
No, say what you want to say,
Say
AJ.
what you want to say.
If we let people take from
If
us,
you let
it
people
makes us
take
soft.
from us, it makes us soft. Okay.
So you're so tough,
tough,
huh? Who's Mr. Softy now? That's what I thought.
I mean, true.
There.
Right. He got
you
his
gotta
opinion
stay up
out.
2 minutes
Very-
more. Time for
2 more
sleep.
minutes.
I'll
Time
lay
for
down
sleep.
when you blow out the
I
light.
lay down when you.
All right, give me a minute.
Give me a minute. Oh yeah, I can actually. I forgot. Now we can place
So
collectibles
used
in
to
your
lugging
room.
this everywhere.
I guess I
Never
must place
knowing when we'd find any
collectibles.
supplies. I feel a
How
lot
am I
lighter.
not done with chapter 1, lad? Please. Let me finish my damn chapter. I've been trying for a while.
There.
That's a good drawing. He's a good artist.
Your
Am
picture's
I gonna
good
be finishing
too.
the whole game?
Oh, I know.
Don't let people take from us. It makes us.
There.
You have to
Soft?
water flowers.
Not
Let
these.
people take
They're
some
fake.
So they
They're fake.
never die?
Nope. So
Never.
they never die? Never.
Lucky flowers.
Lucky flowers. Yeah, damn boy.
But
yeah, damn.
they're not as pretty.
They're not as pretty. Exactly. Exactly, child. Exactly, my child. You understand the logic now. It's no longer magic to you.
So
cute. Okay. Where I know I have a head to keep somewhere. A deer head. Ah, there. Nice. Wrong.
That's
Hard.
cool.
Yes.
I know, right?
Hey yo.
Really cool.
I don't know, mate. Head's tripping today. Alright, I think I'm done. Can I call it a chapter? Thank you, please. What is this? Check on AJ.
I'm not sleepy.
Child, please. I must now start stripping. What do you mean? What are you doing? Let me end the damn chapter.
Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let a walker
Imagine I
bite.
play a
And if they
wide
try,
song when I start
I never
stripping,
let 'em
right?
Come
Again,
on,
Twitch,
play it
just so
right.
you know, just so
One
it's clear,
time.
not stripping,
Bang.
just removing it, throwing it back,
Good work.
throwing it away. Don't
And
worry about
thanks.
it. I am hot as fuck right now. Just saying. Chapter done. Maybe, please. It's a request. Oh my god. What chapter am I at? What is happening? I don't hear anything. I think my headphones should have charged at least. Oh, okay, there you go. Yes, you are close. I mean, I am being edged from it completing a damn episode or whatever it is. Audio gone. No audio. Hold up. I have audio. You guys don't have audio anymore, I see. Barabar these. There you go. Audio back. Hello, Bish boy.
I'll be
I
right
am
back.
sorry. Yes, bank to get my attention. Yeah, no.
Stay safe.
Alright, I think I'm gonna call it right here. Because these people are gonna keep on edging me or else. Pause, but yes. I am throwing stream on my big screen this time. Anywho, let me just quickly properties. Configure videos. Where is this camera control? Zoom out. How much zoom out can I do? Damn. There you go. My whole room. I think I can actually now. Why is kid edging you? It's not the kid, it's the game, damn it. Anyways. There you go. This is gonna be my basket. I'm gonna be eating off. Dunk the shirt like you disrespected. Hey yo, boy! No lights. Look at this, alright. My one hoodie that I actually used a lot, alright. First I have to respectfully treat it well. How do you treat a woman? First you respectfully treat it well. Right here, strip stream. Also, let's play some music. Let's play some music to elaborate this sensations. What's a good music to play? Anime shirts only, yes. What even? What? Can I play one music? No. You know what? I finally stream.
Have you
and
ever
off?
wondered about your IQ score?
Hold up, I am
now
the
you
struggle.
can put
Give me
your
a second.
knowledge to the test at IQ.
There you go. I have no clue what this is, right? Yes. Disrespect animation only. What do you mean disrespect? Can I just go down? As long as I hit the fucking chair, right? Yes, it works. I struggle in my damn shirt, yes. Yes, that's the walking dead screen, me going basketball over there. Anyways, my dad dropped something, but it is what it is. This is gonna be the most struggle of the shirt, right? I did it. I am worried. Oh yes. I think headphones is a bad idea, yes. Clearly. There you go. Oh wait, development. I go for yes. Copy. I almost did something else. Anyways, I meant if you decided to start an OnlyFans. What do you mean? Start up an OnlyFans? Oh my god, it's so much better. So much colder. My damn bleach shirt go away. Yeah, I'm doing this. Oh yes, the non-animation of the whole bunch. How much got what am I missing? No look through. 360 no scope. You want 360 no scope? Yeah, alright then 360 no scope, yeah. Of course. Okay, I did get it, but I was scared I was gonna fall down, but yeah. I'm getting to the lower ends of numbers. Anybody keeping count of the amount of shirts I am wearing? It's a lot, really. Isn't it a lot? Yeah, that's a lot of shirts. Ah yes, Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer was good. Demon Slayer was good anime. We'll say that. I don't even know if you can hear the NCS music. Brilliant minds push the limits of what we thought was possible. What is it, 9? No, see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. For now, it's 8, and this is gonna be the 9th one. Mr. Goku. First, Goku will be the 8th one. 8th is Goku. Oh, that's a nice one, I think, yes. I like how I'm actually losing weight with each clothes. I'm worried. I might sure be too much when I'm removing shirt. Anyways, concern. Need a good push up. Huh? How many pieces? So bland on me. Anyway. Alright. I'm at Jojo. I'm almost at the end now. That's good shot. Good shot. And finally, blind throw. I was like, anywho, yes, blind throw. Oh yes, blind throw. Let me wear the one thing that I have. I don't even use. But yes. Hello, yay! Okay, fine. Building the throw. Please find your operations are accurate. It was too tough. Anywho, I will now call it a stream. So I must say, anywho, I didn't count, but I'll get it done. You got one more. Hey, no, this ain't gonna go. This ain't gonna go. Also, this is sweat. You got one more. Sweat once I leave. Yeah, okay, fine. I don't know. Of course not. Anywho, with that I would like to call it a stream. So I am saying. This is my last shirt. Anything else inside is nothing. That's just me. Okay. I mean, obviously, I was wearing what 10 pair of clothes on me. 10, not pair, but 10 clothes on me. Look at this pile. Look at this pile up. I need to clean this. Anywho, thank you so much for watching stream. And also, thank you so much for the challenge. Amazing challenge. I had a good fun. Got some good laughs, I hope. I'm sweating, man. I am sweat right now under this. Yeah, I have to remove the shirt after this. Anyways. Oh, this is the last one. If I remove this, it's gonna be body from this point on. So no. Twitch would be like very suspicious, but you don't know what that is. This ain't your OnlyFans kind of vibe, so no, I'm not gonna be doing that. But still, thank you so much for everyone for watching stream, for dropping down stream. Fun challenge. Below lost 5 kg from shirts and all. I know, it probably could be, right? It probably could be. Look at this mosh. On that hoodies, right? Hoodies are just pouch. I am burning right now. I'm burning inside. Anyways, I am way beyond my stream time. Anyways, thank you for watching. Much appreciated. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Same time as usual. Hey, how dare you throw a tomato on your own elevated brand, brother? No. It's a no. Anyways, people, thank you for watching. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. Bye. The password admin game is still left, so I'm gonna do that later. Anyways, peace. Bye. See you.
Wait.
She in love with the money, all she wanna do is fuck though. Sitting in the bag, while I'm stacking up the hundos. Club going dumb from the drum on the 1-1. I'm already buzzing where I come from. Ho, bitch wanna be friends, and again, that's time I don't really wanna spend. Say I'm pretty and I'm nice with a pen. Need a little bit of ice and the keys to a Benz. Shake your ass, make that bounce and throw that back. Shake your ass. Then she give me face like a goddamn mask. Bitch, I got the Renegon, seeing what they been upon. Bustin' on the bitch, got her looking like it's in a bond. I've been with this in the sun, they been doing minimum. Bitches playing games, doesn't matter, I've been winning on. Hey, show girl, why am I getting text? Say you might wanna check for my pipe in the neck. And my shit so trash, why am I getting checked? Said I look super saiyan, God form when I fly. Say the money, all she wanna do is fuck though. Sitting in the bag, while I'm stacking up the hundos. Club going dumb from the drum on the 1-1. I'm already buzzing where I come from. Ho.
On the track. You mad, nigga, your adrenaline rushing. It feel like a boss, but I'm whipping a rave. Got my head to the ceiling, want me in my feelings, only got me feeling away. I ain't saying I'm addicted, out of a prescriptive, fuck it, cause I don't feel the pain. Let a nigga touch my chain, fuck it, nigga, kill him, fuck it, make it take me away.
I got my dogs in this bitch, I know they gon' shoot shit up. And my little brother turned to a drummer, walking my side, now he got the lumber. I said that Maybach, where the gays at? Tell my brothers bought 100 summers. All my niggas know, run up them numbers. Fuck, run up them numbers. Yeah.
Run up them numbers, okay, see you don't want no thunder. The old Tracy McGrady the one, okay, see you don't want no thunder, yeah. Christian the sweater, okay, Christian Dior the sweater. The double R came with the umbrella. When I put the hoodie on, it get realer.
Put 100,000 in my Prodigy, got some little homies, got some Prodigy. And I spent 500 on Prodigy. Made out the project, popping overseas. Shawty gave me sloppy toppy on the seat. I made some cars, you can't cop the fleet.